meeting of the Merrimack School Board for our budget hearing on the middle school, the high school, the district-wide budget, and student services, not in that particular order. So if you could please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A couple housekeeping items. Our board member Brandy Nunez is still under the weather and is excused for this evening's meeting, as well as our student board rep, Johanna Karoma, who is studying for midterms. So wishing her, again, a good study night and good luck on her midterms and finals. So item number 2 is public participation. Anyone that would like to speak from the public, please come to the microphone at the end of our table and state your name and address for the record. And also make sure that the microphone is glowing green so that you know it is on. Seeing no public participation, I will close public participation, and we're on to item number 3, which is the formal hearing on the student services budget. And we invite to the table our new student services director, Heather Barker. Welcome, and welcome to your first budget season at Merrimack School District.
Thank you. Sit here in the middle.
Wherever you're comfortable, but just make sure that you hit the button and the light's on.
All right.
But you've done a couple of our meetings, so we're good.
Okay. Hi, good evening. All right. Just get my section here. All right, so I want to thank the school board for inviting me here tonight to talk about our student services budget. I know that's something of interest to everyone here in the community. A little background, factors that influence the student service budget. Our budget serves our students here in Merrimack School District with educational disabilities. It is a student-specific budget and built upon the unique individual needs of each of the students served here in our district who have educational disabilities. What's interesting and a little bit different about the student services budget is it's built on things that we know, right? Students that we currently have who have educational disabilities and their needs. But there is a component of our budget that requires projecting and planning for students who we do not currently serve or whose needs may change over time through the special education process. There are rules, obviously, through IDEIA and special education that require that we do specific things. FAPE, which is the free appropriate public education component of IDEA, is one of the most important elements and pillars of special education. And that requires that we ensure that all students who have special education needs under the 13 categories are eligible for a free and appropriate public education that is provided at public expense. There is zero reject, meaning that all students, regardless of their level of need, whether they are in the school setting, in a alternative setting, a private placement, in an educational setting, special ed setting outside of the school, at home, hospitalized, we provide for their special education if they have an IEP. It is provided in compliance with the IEP that's developed by a special education team with their families and guardians. It must meet state and federal standards, and it must include all students with educational disabilities, including students who are suspended or expelled. So this is an entitlement. Appropriate is determined on a case-by-case basis for students in special education. And again, we must meet the standard of meaningful educational benefit for each unique student. So these are the pieces of FAPE that we must ensure in special education. So that is something that we have to look at as we are developing the budget here. Additionally, we are required to provide all students in special education with the least restrictive environment. And that, again, is part of IDEIA, and that to the maximum extent possible, all students and appropriate, a child with a disability should be included as much as possible in a private or public institution, and that they be educated with their non-disabled peers. So that's the first place that we look. So at the school level, in their local elementary school or middle school or high school, we want as many of our students here in district with us receiving special education. So much of our budget is designed to support the students here in Merrimack School District. We're not in out-of-district placements or other schools. Special education classes, separate schooling, or the removal of students with disabilities from the regulated environment occurs only if the nature or severity of their disability requires that. So that's what least restrictive environment is about. Initially, all special ed teams should look at the regular ed setting as the first placement of choice for students with disabilities. And the public agency, that is us, must ensure that we offer a continuum of services and supports for all students with disabilities in our schools before we look to out-of-district placements, alternative settings, residential, et cetera. Additionally, students with educational disabilities in charter schools are also serviced through the public education system because charter schools are considered public schools. So under IDEA, we emphasize that kids with disabilities who attend charter schools and their families have the same protections as rights as those who attend their local school. Charter schools cannot unilaterally limit students from attending, and the local school district has to provide services there. Okay? This school year, we have 3,913 students in our district. 685 of them have IEPs. That constitutes a percentage of 17.5% of our students have IEPs. The state district average for the number of students with educational disabilities is around 16%. This information was not available on the NHDOE website. However, I was curious because I wanted to compare our district to the rest of the districts in the state. And so I spoke with Jane Bergeron-Ballou of the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators, and she gave me a percentage of around 16% is the state average. That number does not include preschool. The state reports on the K-12 or age 16 to 21 school age group. So I took a look at our numbers. So of the 685 students that we currently have in Merrimack who have IEPs, 72 of those students are in our preschool programs. So if you pull that number out from the current enrollment in our Merrimack preschools, our actual district percentage falls to 15.6%, which is actually very much in line with the other districts around the state. So that actually was very interesting for me to take a look at. I also want to note here, when we look at this number, 685 students this year, we were actually projected to have 668 students in our special ed programs. Currently, there are 685, and there are another 27 students right now who are in the referral process in the district. So when we look at the budget, when we think about, excuse me, planning for these students, that number can change. So from the time I came into this office in July, our numbers have gone up about 25, 27 students, with more students in that special ed process. And what we've done is we've taken a look at the current program, services, supports, and the staff that we have in place to try to look at how can we meet the needs of kids with our current resource allocation versus look to increasing that allocation. So that's been a focal point for me. The current proposed budget for next school year is $13,692,108. All right, that is a 2.8 increase over this year's school budget, but that does not include increases in our staff, related services, or programs that we currently have in place for special ed. Instead, it's actually primarily due to the contractual salary increases of our staff that we have in the district and a 3.5 increase in our transportation costs. So what I tried to do was not increase services, supports, and services, but try to take a look at how can we use the rich and varied resources that Merrimack School District has currently in place and support the increased number of students that we actually have now, and we anticipate a greater number for next school year. So that's some background. the specific questions regarding the student service budget, I'm first going to address those from Chairman Sharon Barnes. Okay. Chairman Barnes asked if a student has been at Merrimack School District versus a charter school, would the resource we are funding have been in a position to offer the Merrimack School District value beyond serving that one student serving during the school day? So that gets back to that piece I referenced at the beginning. Students who are placed in charter schools, the local school district is responsible for providing special education. The challenge is that when students are placed in the charter school setting, you don't have the resources that you have in the school setting. People need to drive out to the school setting, there and back. You may end up with, in specific settings, one student receiving specific services, or people going out back and forth between places. So in terms of efficiency, it certainly would impact the ability of people to provide the kinds of services one could get in the Merrimack School District in one of the local schools, because there you have the resources consolidated in the setting, and that provider may in fact have the opportunity to work with other students as well. So yes, there is definitely a difference in the resources and how we have to pay for students in our charter schools. Like the students in the public school, as I said earlier, those students of ours in our district whose families have chosen charter schools, obviously we need to provide FAPE, we have zero reject, and we want to ensure that those students have the special education that they do need there. So we are legally bound and obligated to do that. Additionally, in those settings, that IEP team will decide what that student needs, and then we are obliged to provide that. So that there are some challenges to that component of it, but we are bound by law to do that. Does that answer? Yep.
Of course.
Go
Please
ahead.
do.
Just for the,
Yes.
just for clarification, in case people aren't clear, can you just describe, Heather, who is typically on a IEP team?
So on a special ed IEP team, parents or guardians, anyone that they would like to bring to that meeting, whether that's an advocate, a family member, local people who provide services to the student outside of the school, the special ed team in the school, that would include the special ed coordinator, special educators, related service providers, school administrators, school psychologists, guidance counselors. So it can be varied depending on the child and the level of need of a student. So when we go out to a charter school, we would bring that special ed team there and convene there. So that's another piece. You can sometimes invite school teams from a charter school to the public school for a meeting, but most of those meetings are typically held at the charter school. So that, there is that piece where people have to travel to and from, and that takes them out of that piece. So yes, it extends the cost to provide those services for students. Yeah, you're welcome. Anything else about that one? Or do you feel that that was a sufficient answer?
Yeah, it actually was. I mean, I think that's the challenge that we have, is you're right, we are providing a resource, and if we have paras in our building, then if they have free time or there are other students, they can cover them. But because they're in a different school, we're paying for a resource, just to resource one child, and we don't get some of the, what you call secondary benefit of that resource for the
That's right.
district at the taxpayer expense.
That's right.
But
Or-
other towns' children might, but it won't be ours.
Right.
There you go.
That is correct. That's
Okay.
right.
Thank
So
you.
even in the referral process, which is a timely, and it can be a very expensive process, just going through that process, through the charter school process, that adds that's that additional cost and loss of time in the building setting. So that does take away there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. The second question, what are we doing in the Merrimack School District to increase participation by students with special needs in co-curricular activities? So as the board is aware, all students, including students with educational disabilities, have the right to participate in co-curricular activities. Our school board and our community support all students' participation in both a philosophy, and that we've provided these opportunities through funding sources for staff members to support students. So special education, our office, if a student wants to participate or a family wants their child to participate in an extracurricular or co-curricular activity, or they are invited or encouraged by staff members, that special education team would contact the Student Services Office through a referral requesting the allocation of resources, whether that's transportation to and from the activity, whether that is a paraeducator to support the student, special equipment, of any other things that they may need, including if a student was going on a field trip, for example, and needed very specialized equipment to be able to participate in, let's say they wanted to climb, a mountain, you would work with an agency to provide whatever we need to so that that student can have a meaningful opportunity, and we are taking away those barriers and providing full access like their typical peers. So in Merrimack, we work very hard with the school teams and families to make sure that all students, including students with disabilities, can participate fully in any activity that they would like to participate in.
Thank you.
Your third question was, please provide some insight as to the varied concentration of paras. Thorntons Ferry School has the highest elementary population and the lowest ratio of paras to student body. Reed's Ferry School is quite concentrated. What would an average ratio be, and what might one not be seeing from just looking at numbers? This question was also raised by School Board Member Schneider, so both of you had some questions about this. As I mentioned in the overview, when we think about FAPE in the least restrictive environment as two of our guiding principles in special education, that's going to come into play because we're looking at the unique needs of each of the students that we serve, right? And that is individually determined by that special education team that convenes around that student to ensure that that child has meaningful educational benefit. A team of educators and parents, as I explained earlier, which can have family members, community members, all of the professionals from the school team work together. They sit down to determine the needs of students. So when we think about ratios, on the one hand, they're really helpful, and I like to look at data, and this actually is really interesting data to me because when I came here in July, I was really curious about this myself. And I was wondering, why did it seem so off between the three lower elementary schools? Because that really stood out to me, that Reed's Ferry School had, at that time, 35 paraprofessionals, and Thorntons Ferry, which was bigger, but had around the same number of students, had 21.5 paraeducators. As I have spent some time taking a look at the allocation of resources across the district, that's been a lot of the work I've done over the last several months. I learned by listening to each of the school stories that in this school district, for many years, we had what I'm going to call anchor programs in the lower elementary school. And a lot of schools around New Hampshire and across the country did that to consolidate specialized services for students with disabilities in particular places, almost like you would look at like a day placement or other really specialized special ed settings. We were creating that in specific schools around specific kinds of disabilities. So, for example, at Reed's Ferry School, I believe it was in 2006, that school began the first LSP autism program for students with really severe autism disorders, spectrum disorders, students who were really impacted by that, multiply handicapped. So that program became an anchor program in that school, including a preschool program. In Thorntons Ferry School, they developed programming around the medically fragile population around the same time, and at MES, they began to run the anchor program for our students with emotional and behavioral disorders, our PASS program. And what's unique about the three elementary schools is they are sort of standalone schools, right? Once students leave those, they move up to JMUs, where you now have all of the students in one setting. So the resources are all there. All of those programs exist in that setting, in the middle school and the high school. So down in the lower L, when I came in, I was told, well, that's because we have these anchor programs. So historically, that was true. What was very interesting, and that's something that we're really looking at in our special ed team and as well with the leadership team, is over time, the complexion of children across the district has changed, and there are students with significant emotional disabilities in all three of the lower elementary schools. There are students with significant autism spectrum disorders in all 3 of the lower elementary schools. And there are students who are medically fragile. So we are actually looking at that allocation of resources into those settings the way they were done in the past as something that needs looking at. However, in a lot of the discussions we've had through the fall, the reason that Reed's Ferry School does have a higher concentration of paraeducators is they do indeed have several students from the other 2 schools in those schools who are in the very, very specialized autism program. So the students with the most specialized, unique, individualized programming continue to go to that program, or have up until the past year or so. So the difference in paraeducators, or that ratio, is directly related to a higher concentration of students who require individualized one-on-one aids. And additionally to that, our preschool is housed there for the same population, and those students also require one-on-one aids. So that accounts for the higher number. I will say, I believe it was the first time here in this district, in the fall, we had at Thornton's Ferry School a number of students move in and new enrollments, because as I told you when I started, there were 663 students with IEPs here in July, and when school started, we have 685 students at this time, and many of those students moved into the Thornton Ferry School area. A student left Reed's Ferry School, and I reallocated that resource, so we moved a paraeducator from Reed's Ferry School because a student who had a one-on-one had left, and we moved that position to Thornton's Ferry. So that moved it up to 22.5. And then additionally, the middle school had an open position, and we needed another paraeducator to meet the individualized needs of some students with pretty significant disabilities who are at Thornton's Ferry. So we moved that position as well. So during this school year, we have reallocated resources in the district, working as a collaborative leadership team to ensure that all students in the district are having their needs met. So I know that ratio looks funny, and it really caught my eye too, but there's a reason for it at this time.
Sounds good. And actually, there is a typo, so they both say RFS, the first 2.
Yeah, I fixed it, the
And
second one.
The second one
Yeah.
is Thornton's,
Yeah.
for those reading along.
And can I add that on Reed's Ferry, the actual number now is 33,
Sure.
and then TFS is 23.5, and MMS is 22.5. So there has been some shifting, and I certainly plan as we move in the future to be looking at our resources that way, instead of immediately going to, we need to hire someone.
And actually, part of the genesis of my question, knowing that we have what we're calling at this point the transient population in Thornton's, was it ratios because they just haven't gotten to us so we could actually evaluate them first? So I was kind of wondering if that was going to be a volatile market, part of our footprint. So that was kind of
I do think
where I was going with that.
that is a challenge for us right now.
Gotcha.
Is that kids are moving in and out and around. So what up until now has been a fairly stable demographic in the district has shifted.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Sure, absolutely.
So I just want to make one clarification, and I'm going to take responsibility for how I may have referred to some of what I've termed and what we've termed the transient population. I don't want to give people the impression that what that means is that in all those situations where we describe transients and we relate that to some of the extended stay that means that students are here for a month and leave. That is true in some cases, but we have many students who have families who have lived for years in extended stay accommodations in Merrimack. So I wouldn't want to give anybody on the board or in the community to get the impression that what we're talking about is just a bunch of people who show up for a week or a month and then leave. That does happen, but by much more so, when we're talking about transient, we're talking about people who don't necessarily, I mean, maybe we've got to refine that word. It's not people who necessarily own their own homes, but they are not coming in and out. They stay for years, and we have many people in that category. So I just wanted to, since it came up, I just wanted
I appreciate it.
to clarify that these are not people who whip in, whip out at all. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So, but that has been a volatile school as far as enrollments, based on what we were going over last night. So that really kind of like draws on to that same conversation. Are you going to find that you're, with getting those students in, you're going to be evaluating more of them because they're now in your care? And with that, do you see that number being something that's going to fluctuate consistently for a while?
Well, I'm not sure if it'll fluctuate, but I actually think it's going to go up.
Oh, yeah.
What's been interesting is, so when I came into the district, it was actually perfect timing in terms of like learning about all of these components and how it all was working together, because Thornton's Ferry School had a large population of students moving up from the preschool with significant need, and were staying in that school versus being moved to other school settings because those other schools were also experiencing an increase. So the preschool has grown tremendously, which is a good thing, because early intervention, obviously, if you look long-term, spending the money in the early intervening years is much more powerful and less costly than spending money way later. So you have a very robust preschool in Merrimack. I mean, I believe there's 27 students in process right now of referral through the preschool. And in that school, it was like 11 students were coming up into the kindergarten, which put a tremendous amount of pressure on that K-4 program. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but within those schools over the past 2 years, the special education programs working with the administration took special educators who had originally been like grade level resource room teachers and reallocated resources into their, what I'm going to call sort of a level 2 or a tier 2 sort of level of special education beyond the resource room. Kids who need more individualized supports were attending classrooms in the general ed setting but needed more specialized services. So they took a teacher last year from Thornton's Ferry and moved them into what their LSP program, which is now, as I said, in previous years, those students, those students, most people would think they would have gone to Reed's Ferry School. They are attending their local elementary school, and that is by reallocating resources in those buildings. So that particular building has seen a significant increase, not only in the general population, but in the special education population and the preschool special education population. That's put some pressure on that entire K-4 system that we've been looking at all fall.
John?
I just want to add to that too. Along with that, I know I've come to the board before and we've talked a lot about registered behavior therapist and board certified behavior therapist, and the training we've done around with our paraeducators around learning about disabilities around autism and how to best serve those students. So we've done a lot of upping our game, I would say, is the best way when it comes to the population that we've needed to serve. And it's come out of base of need of students, and that's where decisions should be made, and we have made them around the students and really allocated a lot of our professional development funds towards that over the last 3 years.
Yeah, so those students that historically may have ended up in out-of-district placements are in the local elementary schools with their typical peers, having access to the regular education that we would want them to have, and that is through having those BCBAs in the building, having the RBT-trained paraeducators. We have a group again this year going. So there's a lot of enthusiasm in the schools around that. So students who historically would have gone to Reed's Ferry School are staying in their local school because there is a level of expertise now in those schools to meet those students' needs, which was not there years ago. So that's a big plus. That's very helpful. Any other questions on that?
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to other supports in charter schools. Because of the remote locations of these students, do we incur an increased cost per student for the services over having them in district? Is that a loss of economy of scale? And that is a question that school board member Guayume also asked about charter schools. So obviously we have New Hampshire state laws around charter schools, and we have the IDEA requirement around charter schools that those students receive IEP services from the responsible district at district cost. So yes, it's that issue again of you have small groups of students in settings across the community that we are responsible for providing those individualized supports to them. So yes, there is some cost incurred there. The next question related to this was, without compromising student identity, can we provide the number of students served in our department who are attending these charter schools? I want to thank you, Chair Barnes, for respecting the confidentiality of our students. We truly appreciate the way you framed that question. Of the students that we are aware of, we have less than 1% of our students who are currently attending a charter school in Merrimack. So more than 99% of our students are attending our local schools or are within our school district. Okay?
Thank you.
And can you provide what percentage of the Merrimack School District population is served by my department? And then can you break it down by IEP versus 504 plan? So in the Student Services Department, we work with all students in the RTI and early intervening service part of special education through the local schools. They all have some kind of RTI program to work with all of our at-risk students prior to getting involved in special education. In our office, we're directly responsible for the students with IEPs, and as I said earlier, we currently have 685 students who are on IEPs. Of those students, 72 of them are preschool students. And as I said earlier this evening, the state average is around 16%. Our district average is 17.5 when we include the preschool students. If we don't include the preschool students, we are at 15.6%, which is slightly below the state average, which is school-age children. I just included all of them. I'm going to refer to Mr. Fabrizio to answer the 504 question. Sure.
I just want to clarify that the state does not include preschool, and I
They
just
do
want
not.
to reconfirm.
They do not. It's
Okay.
school-age students, K
Yep.
through 12.
Okay.
So, in my role, Heather, thank you for clarifying that. In the role of 504s, those do directly come to my office and under my purview right now. I meet with the 504 coordinators throughout the district. I talk to them about kind of what trends we're seeing, what things we're seeing. 504s also include a lot of allergies too, so I don't want you to think it's only students who have some kind of learning disability or something. Sometimes it's simple as bee allergies, things like that. We prepare and we create a 504 in case of situations that may cause a medical conditional too. So the numbers I have, I don't break them down into who's medical and who's that. I have overall numbers for you. And really, total in our district, we have 439 right now 504s. And again, those are a mix between some academic and some medical, which works out to about 11.4% really of what we are as a district when it comes down to 504s right now. And state, unfortunately, there is no state average data really right now. It's presented anywhere on the DOE website that I was able to find, and I looked and I talked to Heather and we kind of conferred, and I don't want to, and Heather went to another resource. There is no real 504 kind of association as there was a special ed association to talk to for that
Yep.
number.
And that's kind of disappointing that we don't have the ability to really, and it's not, because I think that created a lot more work that might not get a lot of value. But, 504s, who has a peanut allergy, who has a bee sting allergy, those things are important, and that's why they're documented the way they are. But when you're talking about what you're trying to do with curriculum and social emotional learning and those little, those environmental adjustments and all of those things, there are so many students that probably, are in that number that would not be having an IEP, that obviously the resources that you're trying to budget for, it's hard to really quantify, the amount of impact and so for that, that's, but I understand why they don't, but I would never ask you to break it out because it's a lot of work for a little reward. But on that note, you're right, that just because it's a 504 that's medical or whether it's for a learning, adjustment need, there's resources that need to be allocated to that, and we have to budget for that. And we should. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's the right thing, but it definitely does still have an impact to the
Yes.
district operations and finances. So, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
So, and also, just to provide even more detail to what John and Heather have said, sometimes 504s are really temporary. So sometimes a student has a broken leg, and during the period of their recovery from the broken leg, they require a 504, and that's just for the period of duration of their recovery, and that is really a small accommodation, like leave class 10 minutes before the bell so you can get to the next before the crowds hit. So I just want to make sure that people understand that the range of what's included in a 504 is everything that goes from something, not a broken leg is minor, but I mean temporary, to something that's more permanent, like a bee allergy or a peanut allergy or something like that. So just to provide color, I mean, so that's why some of those numbers could go up, because God forbid you have two kids who go skiing this weekend and they break something, they're probably going to be on a 504, and the numbers will bump for a little bit and then they'll go back down. So that's just a little bit more information.
Absolutely. Cinda?
I was just going to say, from a cost perspective, though, for the district, the 504s probably have a more narrow range of costs compared to the IEPs that can be very, almost catastrophic to, yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. So moving on to School Board Member Schneider's questions. Your first question is about the System of Care Coordinator position, and I'm going to direct that to Assistant Superintendent Matt Chevanel.
Board Member Schneider is looking for the area where the System of Care Coordinator is located in the budget. If you look in your budget books under the budget by unit section, there's no, unfortunately, there's no narrative for that. In the 00 units, there's a line that's called Psychological Services, and it has $67,000 in it. That's an increase of $50,000 for the System of Care Coordinator that we put in the district budget, and we put it in psychological services. Should be on page 1, but it's not in the backup. That was an oversight. So it is in there, and so the amount was increased from $17,000 to $67,000. And then the remainder of the salary, if needed, will be coming out of a grant, be grant funded. So that's a partial.
Is that sufficiently answered?
He actually told me that ahead of time, so I knew the.
Oh,
but it's
okay.
good that everybody
All
else
right, I'm
heard
so
it,
glad, yeah.
So I'm good.
Yeah.
There is there's a significant importance to having that position.
Yeah, why don't we talk about that so people know what it is?
I've been here since July, and I must say that I am utterly impressed by the scope of supports, services, aids, resources available to the students in Merrimack School District. Every building has there are behavior specialists, there are school psychologists, there are guidance counselors, there is access to mental health counselors, there are social workers who are working in our school district with families and children. We have the YES program who is supporting students. All of these resources are providing for the well-being, the academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs of our students, whether they are identified or not for most of those services. One of the interesting things that has been challenging in my position is really, it's been very interesting to see how each school has its own unique complexion. And for example, although I state the names of all of those positions, they each function somewhat uniquely and differently in those settings. And that can be a good thing, and that can be a challenging thing. And one of the other things that has been very interesting to me here coming into the district is I've heard a lot about transition. And students moving from preschool into the kindergarten programs, and students moving from the lower elementaries into the upper elementary, and students moving from the upper elementary to the middle school, and the middle school to the high school, and from high school into adulthood. And as I look at that, I think about how important it is to have what we call a multi-tier system of support for students that really addresses that academic RTI, what historically was called positive behavioral interventions and supports, and that SEL piece. We have all of those pieces in this district. what is missing is that sort of oversight of that system and that constant monitoring and coaching and supporting of that, so that you develop this alignment and coherence in the entire system, so that the currency, the language we're using, the kinds of programming and resources that are available for families and children has that same language, so that whether that student is in the lower elementary, the upper elementary, middle, or high school, if a student is in the PASS program, you can count on these kinds of supports. That the behavior specialist is working, and all of these pieces are talking to each other in a way that really promotes and pushes students forward in a really concerted, it's a very powerful kind of wraparound way. And when we looked at, I am part of the Southern Regional System of Care Collaborative, so we are part of a collaborative that John and some of the other districts started several years ago looking at these things. Some of those schools now have this position in them, and that person is able to support that work. That is the primary focus, is creating that alignment and coherence in the system. And I do believe that's a very important piece, and having it in psychological services, that person would oversee the school psych services, the school counseling services, the behavior specialist piece. How are we doing our, our functional behavioral assessments and functional analyses for students, so that regardless of where you are in the district, for families and children and professionals and people coming into work with us, there's a sameness. You can have the unique culture of a building, but there's some sameness that people can count on, which I think will help greatly in that system. So I do think that would be money very well spent.
John, you had something to add?
Yeah. Again, this is research-based, and I'll go back to our first going back 6 years now almost, with our first conversation around students' mental health in this district. And we talked about the UCLA model and the Castle model. And you'll remember that conversation around the Castle model. And really looking at self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And those are really the parts of the wheel that we're trying to build in place for all of our students in our community. And I think that where the system of care coordinator will look at not only overseeing kind of our SEL, our social emotional learning and instruction that we have now put forth from K to 5 pre-K to 5 really in our district right now, and looking at further expansions to our middle, and then really starting to talk to our health teachers at the high school, including them. This is all about creating a system of care, and this coordinated effort has become huge. And I think Julie DeLuca and myself spent the last 5 years working really hard at this. It's grown. It's wonderful. We have an online resource guide. If people in the room haven't seen it in the community, get onto our website and look at our community resource guide with all the resources we've vetted and put on there over the years. There's been a lot of wonderful work done. This is the next iteration to bring us to cohesiveness, as Heather has explained. So thank you.
Any other questions about that? Okay, moving on. Can you share the process that you go through in order to source these externally provided services? So we're talking about related services, speech and language, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and whether you have looked at other sources for these services in conjunction with other districts in our region. So Merrimack currently contracts with multiple vendors with whom we renew contracts annually. This I am new to. Obviously, those vendors were in place when I came. In my position, I receive emails weekly. I have met with different contractors during the year so far who have offered to come in and tell me about their services, talk to me about what they could do for us. I have Zoomed with people. I have had telephone calls. We've met in person. So in terms of those pieces, there is a continual flow of vendors reaching out to us to tell us about the kinds of programs and services that they provide. So that is something that we can look at throughout the year. Currently, we have around 20 vendors that we contract with for speech and language, OT, PT, assessment, evaluation services, consultation, screenings, and a multitude of other necessary services for our students as determined by those IEPs that we've talked about tonight. We meet with vendors throughout the year, as I said, and I am constantly seeking out vendors as a student's need arise. So what happens is a special ed team convenes. The team determines that a student needs some type of service that we may or may not have. That team will make a referral to my office. I will then start working with, looking at services outside our school district if we don't have them currently in place. An example of that this year, we have had a couple of students who really needed very specialized multisensory reading supports that we did not have the ability to provide for them. So I worked with an agency in Nashua and a vendor in Amherst to provide those services to them that we had not worked with previously. That's one example of that. I have actually reached out to Ceresc. They have a new program specialist with whom I've worked. She is also on our South Regional Collaborative of Special Ed Administrators. So we as a group, the Special Ed Director Group that meets monthly as the South Region, and also on that South Central System of Care Collaborative, those are opportunities for us to look at other school districts and to work with them. For example, I have had a couple local school districts reach out to us when they had special guests coming in or wanted to work with us to bring in a presenter. We are working with the South Central System of Care Collaborative on a potential grant for some of the Project Grow money that's going to be available next year. So these groups are looking at ways that we can work together to consolidate our resources to provide for our students in a more regional way. And at the same time, in district, I am working with vendors as things arise. So that is something we are looking at. That is an area for me that I really want to spend time on, really looking at over the next year. I've spent a lot of time researching, and I've actually worked with a consultant that I've been working with doing those data DNAs on at this point, I've looked at the preschool and the lower elementary school, our allocation of resources around BCBA, speech and language, occupational therapy, and the paraprofessional, how we are identifying that and looking for ways that we could create some systemic ways of coming to consensus as the coordinators and administrators in those buildings of procedural ways we're going to look at how we're doing those pieces. So that is definitely something that I am looking at.
And Naomi had a question as well.
Sure.
Just a riff off of the same one. Could you talk a little bit about, so we're talking about the externally provided services.
Yes.
And so there are two ways that a district can provide a particular service. We can in-house have a speech-language therapist.
Yes.
Or we can find a vendor who provides things. And those have both advantages and disadvantages. Could you talk a little bit about the process of choosing in-house versus external?
So that's a really interesting thing and something I have been extremely curious about since I got here, because the system I came from before, it was mostly in-house. And as I've come down into the South Central region, I am, and this is not unique to Merrimack, as I have discovered sitting on these two different teams, in this region, much of those resources are outsourced. And that is very new to me. And so I am curious myself about that, as why we're doing that, which is what led me to start doing that data dive into how are we allocating those resources, why are we choosing that way to do that, what would be the cost if we did that in-house versus outsourcing it. At this point, I don't have any position because I am new to this. And the way Merrimack has done it, it has been outsourced. You're welcome. Any other question about that particular one? Okay. All right. Moving on to school board member Wiyume. The first question is, please provide a succinct and brief overview of the programs and primary laws by which we're bound for people listening at home, including how we need to support students at charter schools and in some cases out of district placements. So as I shared in my introduction to our student service budget, we are bound by a variety of special education laws. to ensure FAPE, the least restrictive environment, zero reject, and ensure that students in charter schools receive special education because those are considered public schools. So I'm going to, if you felt that that was a sufficient answer, I'm going to move to the second half of that question. How do we determine what students receive out-of-district placements? So that occurs when a school team, a special ed IEP team, has exhausted the least restrictive options in the school setting. All schools, including our schools here in Merrimack, are expected to have a continuum of special education placements within the school. So obviously, the least restrictive would be students attending all day in their regular classroom, teacher receiving consultation, or a student receiving services in the classroom by special education or special ed service providers. Resource room would be, the next step towards a more restrictive setting because a student might be leaving the classroom to receive some support 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week for a period of time, in addition to the services they're receiving in the classroom. Moving further along that continuum, a student might leave the classroom for periods of time and have special education that takes the place of, so it supplants the classroom instruction because a special ed team determined that was the least restrictive environment. And so on, you move along that continuum of increasing the level of support, the intensity of the supports, the frequency and duration, how much time the student is spending in specialized settings with whatever supports and services are determined appropriate for that student. At the point that the team determines that the school setting is no longer the least restrictive setting, that is when the school looks at the out-of-district placement. In Merrimack, it's actually a really interesting story because over the past 10 years, about 10, 11 years ago when I went and actually researched this question, there were between 50 and 70 students who were placed out of district in alternative settings. Okay, and we know when you look at research and data on students with educational disabilities that you want students as much as possible to be in their local neighborhood school with their typical peers as much as possible with full access to the regular education program. So what's very interesting is that there was an increased expense. This district has spent a lot of money over the past 10 years to bring in things like that very specialized, what started in one school as that autism programming with the BCBAs coming in and the high level of BCBA that is present in these schools, and that RBT training provided to both the special education staff and the paraeducators that has resulted in students who 10 years ago who would have been outplaced are now in not just Reed's Ferry School, but they're actually in their local elementary school, their neighborhood school, with their typical peers that would have been their neighbors. So that's been a big change. So that has happened over the past 10 years. Additionally, the preschool program in Merrimack School District, it's grown tremendously. And by bringing students in to the preschool program, which in and of itself is an intervention, a costly one, but that pays off because those students are now entering the K-4 program, having had a very robust experience through that intervention with speech and language services, occupational therapy, physical therapy, special education, and that whole experience of experiencing school, all right, in a preschool way. The YES program, the reorganization of the psychological services, bringing in the SEL curriculum, the launch of the Universal Design for Learning, all of those pieces serve all of our students, and especially our students, our most vulnerable students, our students with educational disabilities. And at this time, over the last 2 or 3 years, that student population of students in out-of-district placements has sort of ranged in the upper 20s into the low 30s, which is a gigantic drop from that 50 to 70 students that were outplaced 10 years ago. So those investments were really good investments in terms of us building our level of expertise and the ability of our schools in meeting kids with pretty significant educational needs in that local school. Yep.
So I just want to emphasize, because what Heather just said is really important to focus on for a minute. So So we always talk about, we have two goals. We're trying to be efficient with our dollars, and we're trying to do right by students. So what you just heard Heather say is that what the goal is, this is the do right by our students part, what the goal is, whenever possible, is to keep our students in their local schools. That's not only the morally right thing to do, that is a requirement. The other part of that, so she just talked about an investment, so expenses were made to achieve that, but at the cost of having in over 10 years our out-of-district placements, which, as you know, are very costly. So I just want it known that that investment has reduced. This budget, had we not done that, would be considerably higher than it currently is, had we not been allowed to make those investments that achieve two goals: to do right by students, which is the right thing to do and the required thing to do, and also has the effect of a cost savings. So there's an investment with a cost return, so a savings return. So I just wanted to really try to make that point, because it's a pretty big thing that you just said, and I just
Yeah,
wanted-
researching it was really fascinating, because that, you can actually see that decrease at the same time that those other services are in place over time, you see a dramatic increase. The other thing that I have done is, since I came here, each time that a student has, as I came into the district, there were 2 or 3 students who were actually in the process of being placed out of district. I spent time actually doing what I would call an educational autopsy, going back through how we got to that place. And I've been working with the special ed coordinators and the administrators in those buildings and back through that educational process to look at where can we shore up our programming, where were points of intervention in that progression that led to that student moving out of district, where we perhaps could have changed that course. So that's work that's underway. That is another area that I have been really taking a look at. So that is certainly something I am monitoring, because that is a very expensive component. Okay? Cinda? Okay. Sure.
This is sort of related, and I did not ask this first, but I'm going to ask it anyway. It has been speculated by some that the bar that Merrimack sets for having a child with an IEP is lower than any other district, and that we go above and beyond what we need to do when students have IEPs in Merrimack versus other districts. Can you say, I mean, you have experience in other districts, can you share how Merrimack is different, if at all, from other districts? And you explained a little bit how Merrimack does a better job basis what they're required, but can you talk a little bit about that, sort of that entry?
That's it. See, that's an interesting question, because as I came here, I have been very curious. I really wanted to spend this first year really listening and watching and sort of digging into what's going on. So to answer that question, my experience of working with special educators and the coordinators around students does not look different to me at all than anywhere else I've worked. I worked in New York, and I've worked in another school district here in New Hampshire. And I do not see them being lenient, just sort of giving away IEPs or things like that. In fact, I have seen those coordinators being extremely cautious, wanting to make sure that, like you would want people to do, are we engaging in a robust response to intervention before, like, so pre-referral? That certainly is an area that could be looked at. What is happening with students that's leading them to be referred? So those are things that, I think that's a great question from the point of view of why are students being referred? So that's actually on an agenda item for our coordinators to take a look at. What are sort of the themes? What are areas? So I can give you one. Literacy is an area, a particular part of literacy. Kids who are really lagging in and eventually meeting criteria, looking like they have dyslexia, right? Who, by the time they get to 3rd or 4th grade, there is a really big gap that's very hard to address. And so taking a look at, that's that sort of like educational autopsy, going back to take a look at where that happened. What's really interesting is what I've discovered is almost the opposite. So I was told that actually when I first came here, and I was also told that a lot of families move to Merrimack for special education. I don't have any data that tells me that's true, and I don't have data that tells me that's not true. That's not data I've actually looked at this time. However, what I have found very interesting is one of the things that I've been working with the special ed teams around actually was having procedures. So the special ed process is very procedural and very rule-driven, and that this district is extremely compliant with that piece. It's excellent, okay? What's very interesting to me is sometimes kids end up in that RTI piece for a long time. And typically RTI is you're doing some cycles of intervening around an area of need to see if the student responds to this intervention. And then if they're not, you increase the frequency, duration, intensity, try another cycle, try another one. And at a point, that would lead you to a special ed team convening around a referral. Sometimes students stay too long in that process, which I thought was an interesting thing that I found opposite of what I thought. Like, I thought, oh, they're just going to rush into, right? We give, like, I heard that exact thing, that they're just going to code kids, when in fact it actually, the conversations I've had with families and teams that were struggling were around waiting too long to actually take a look at that. So I would need more time to really look into that question over time, but it's an interesting question and one I am curious about.
So I do have to just say something about that. Because, you know, say what you will about whatever, but Merrimack works very hard to innovate its practices. We do not sit around the table and say what we did 5 years ago is what we're doing now and dial it in and go home. I mean, you can say a lot about what we do right or wrong. We don't do that. And one of the biggest things that we have done for years in this district, Heather talked about RTI, response to intervention. In layman's terms, what that means is in the old days, not that long ago, but in the old days, there were very hard and fast lines. You're a special ed kid, you're a regular ed kid. And not just in Merrimack, but around the country. It would be that a student would present some learning challenges up to a point that really tested a teacher's abilities and capacities to deal, and then they'd say, oh, can't teach you anymore, special ed, refer, refer, refer. That was no more true in Merrimack than it is everywhere, but it was true. In the most basic terms, the spirit and the goal of RTI is to say, no, we have to try to get the teachers, the regular ed teachers, the skills and the resources to help them to meet the needs of the students who are presenting a challenge so that they never have to be referred. And are we perfect at that yet? No. But I just have to say that I really, if anybody thinks that we just, make it super easy, I mean, you talk, and I would invite people, come to the school and talk to teachers who know what they've experienced in this district as far as training goes on sharpening their skills to avoid that very thing. So, I just really want to be very clear about, no, I'm just saying, but I mean, we work hard on that particular thing, and I just want people to not think that we haven't, because we really have.
Cindy, then John.
Okay, I was just gonna say, one of the other data points that might prove that would be the percentages that Heather had mentioned earlier, that it's consistent. So if we were more lenient, maybe we would see a much higher percentage. So I would just say that's probably a checkpoint there.
Right.
And John.
So I'm going to just remind the community, and I know the board knows this because they've seen me come before them many times, about our annual report card that we get in special ed, and our compliance and our indicators. And of the 18 indicators that we are assessed on every year, we have 15 years of straight 100% compliance in doing that. And I think the fact is that one of those indicators very much talks about over-identification. And we've received a perfect score on that for the last almost 15 years on that. So I think that there's also indicators around over-identifying a certain population of race or things like that. We've been in compliance with that. There's a compliance over a certain number of boys versus girls. We've been in compliance with that. That we've met all timely data and that we've assessed in the right time and we haven't over-assessed. Those are all regulated and audited by the state of New Hampshire. And it's audited every single year, and then within a 5-year cycle, we have a complete review of a file review of all of our kids in district, and we've gone through that in our recent history.
Just for clarification, that perfect assessment or the perfect score and the over-identification means that we have not over-identified.
Right, that's what it means.
Now that we're so good at it.
Right, that means
like-
that's it. We've got to, which means that you're in compliance, and they look at you and they say, so they go through and look at all of our files and all of our kids that we have identified in the past year, and they look at numbers and ratios, and they keep that into account. If we were skewed and we were like, let's just say 10 points over the average in the state, we would not get a perfect score on
We'd
that.
be getting
on that thing.
technical assistance by the state of New Hampshire to fix that if that were the case.
Right.
So
That's right. Yes.
It
It
is
is
a
an
yearly audit and then a
Yes.
three-year kind of mega audit. It's what I call it, where they come in and they actually go through every file in the district that we have on students with special ed.
I think it's important, though, to acknowledge that what School Board Member Schneider brought up is in fact a narrative that I have heard, though. So I appreciate that this got brought up.
Andy?
So, you know, it was a question I needed to ask because
Yeah.
it's probably, when people don't pay real close attention to what goes on in the district until you get to budget time.
Right.
And the special ed budget is one of the largest ones. It's also the one that we can say the least about because
Right.
it's protected by the privacy of every student that's involved. We know, anybody that's spent time at the table knows that the money we've invested as a district is saving us money. It's making us perform better not only for the students with identified disabilities, but also the general population because those aids, those supports are there to help other students that might be into an RTI period or
That's
whatever.
right.
It's an overall benefit. And it's easy to take shots to say,
Yeah.
it's a big money thing, but I think it's important that people realize we're doing it with a level of sophistication that other districts want to be because it saves them money in the long run.
I will absolutely concur with you completely, because when you asked me at the very beginning of that question, you asked compared to other districts. I have not worked in a district that has the level of supports and services that you guys are providing to the students here. People should be very proud as a community. Yeah, it's expensive. That number of out-of-district is more than halved. It's tremendously reduced. We are intervening. I will say that that was my experience in other districts, the story that Mark shared, where students either went through the special ed process and they were either found to have an educational disability, and if not, they just went back to general ed. There was no RTI model that you actually have in place here, where students have access to special educators and other supports and services, whether they're identified or not. So that is something that's very unique and special about this school district, I will tell you that.
Just to follow up,
Yep.
I spent a little time looking at other districts' budgets, which do call out the out-of-district placements, and Merrimack does as well. And I was pleasantly surprised to see how few we have, because when I started getting involved with budgets 15 years ago or 13 years ago,
Page and a half.
there were a lot.
Yeah.
There were a lot.
Page and a half.
And now we're very, very small compared to those. And the ones that are out, that we are doing placement on are not as specialized or expensive as they used to be. I mean, I remember the first year seeing Crotchet Mountain for $400,000 a year for one student. And the number of those that we have is greatly reduced from what it was. So,
Yes. Yes, that is true.
thank
So that's a testimony to the services and supports that this district put in place for all students, and especially students with educational disabilities.
You can skip my next question, because
Okay.
you already
So-
covered that.
All right, yeah,
It's
because there
about-
actually are no increased
Yeah.
staffing. I'm using our current staffing and resources allocated. The last section is around tutoring. What tutoring is being provided during the school year for students outside of the extended school year program? So tutoring is provided in academics here in Merrimack School District for our 504 or IEP students during the school year. So this is during the school year or beyond the extended school year program when a student has a medical or psychological need that is taking them out of school for an extended period of time, or they're in a reduced school experience because of this medical or psychological issue. So that number fluctuates greatly depending on the students or at any given time. The money that is in this section of the budget is actually the bulk of that money, the $231,200 is most of that, almost all of that money is actually the money for our extended school year programs. So the special ed IEP teams convene. Those teams, some have already convened this year, others will convene as we move through the winter and spring. Those teams will deliberate on the question as to whether or not a student requires an extended school year in order to benefit. In other words, will the student experience severe or harmful regression if they aren't in some kind of extended school year experience? And if the team determines that yes, that would happen, that team will in fact create an extended school year program. We have about 200 students annually in district that participates, and that includes the transportation costs. So that is what that part of the budget is for. 95% of that money is the extended school year budget. The other piece is the money that's available to the preschool, elementary, middle, and high school students who, during the school year, or when that extended school year program is not in place, who may in fact need tutoring services. Does that make sense? Yep.
It does, and at some point in the future, I would like to talk more about what we can do to be proactive with our students during the school year, maybe to perhaps prevent some students from needing the summer program,
Yep.
as well as, and I'm sure we have certain mechanisms where we're identifying, I
Yep.
know we do, so we have, when kids are falling short of, they're not tracking in a way that they're falling behind. And there's certain things that we have and do, but I'd like to see some of that tutoring money being maybe more proactive than we are right now.
So you're thinking like maybe before or after school programs?
Exactly.
Things like that? Yep.
Right, to help
We had
them,
actually explored those in another district. that I
to
did.
help keep up, and my microphone keeps cutting out, but
Yep.
basically as an intervention without it being, because I feel like by the time the school year's already over, they're completely behind, and that can come with a lot of psychological issues of feeling behind all year, frustrations, and how do we help get ahead of that so that we're helping them stay, again, like you mentioned earlier, with their typical
Yep.
students and,
Yep.
and tracking with them, as well as being able then to maybe they just need a little bump for a few weeks to get over some foundational learning, so that they don't fall behind the rest of the year or things like that. So I guess
I
now's
love
not the-
that question. That is, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
I love that question because that's actually something I had begun to talk to the school special ed team about. We have had several referrals this fall for students, some general ed students for some medical issues who were at risk, and some special education students who were attending some or most of school, but who were behind significantly enough that those school teams wanted to intervene now. And we did start providing those tutoring services to them. We actually had started talking a little bit about what it could look like if you had some kind of programming, actual programming for kids who may have psychological issues or academic issues that were getting in the way of them being able to sort of walk into the physical plant and be at school all day, not letting them not allowing that gap to get so big that it's insurmountable.
And I know we're doing some things in the high school, for example,
Yes.
around that, but I
Yes.
would just say this, now's not the time to go into a full
Yes, I love
discussion
that.
on it, but,
Yeah.
if we can table that as a board,
That's
and as a
exciting.
team, I'd really appreciate it.
That would be great. So are there any other questions?
Are there any questions from the board? No other comments from administration? Thank you. You got
Thank
through your
you.
first budget hearing
Thank
in
you. I was very
Merrimack.
nervous at first, but I'm feeling great now. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you
I
so much.
appreciate it.
Have a great rest of your year. Thank you for all your work. Item number 4 is the formal hearing on the Merrimack Middle School budget, and I invite to the table Principal Adam Carragher and Assistant Principal Shauna D. Moore. Welcome and thank you.
So thank you very much for having us here this evening to present on our school board, on our budget to the school board. Other way around. So you'll note that this proposal includes increases in their classroom supply account and office supply accounts to offset the rising cost of products. It also includes a 3.5% increase in all of the transportation accounts, which is part of what is provided to us. And the continuation of the replacement of our cafeteria tables, which were purchased ultimately at the beginning of the school opening, which was in 2004, so quite a while now. Individual content supply accounts are based primarily on a per pupil expenditure. I would like to now get into the number of questions that were provided to us from the school board. Our board chair, Barnes, asked a few questions related to field trips. And the two proposed line items related to field trips are on page 4 of the Merrimack Middle School budget. The first one was what do the district and the school cover related to the field trips? So ultimately, what is budgeted for in this proposal is the transportation cost for our 7th grade Squam Lake field trip, as well as our 8th grade Lowell Mills field trip. So both of those are related directly to curriculum within those grade levels. The second question related to the percentage of students who participate in these field trips. Majority of our field trips, we find around 90 to 95% of the students do participate in. The one exception being the culminating educational experience, the Washington, D.C. trip, where there's the D.C. trip and the at-home experience. Approximately 80% of the students participate in the Washington, D.C. experience. The other 20% actually do ultimately end up having an at-home experience, which is kind of a series of field trips within itself. So ultimately, probably still 90 to 95% are participating in a field trip. It's just whether or not it's something that's going out to Washington, D.C. or potentially the at-home program. How do we assure that those who are unable to pay due to financial hardship are not excluded from going on field trips? We really encourage parents to contact the school. We do so by including information, a box to check on a field trip form, to contact us so that if there is a need, we're able to look at it and potentially provide assistance where needed. It's also not out of the norm for our teachers, particularly related to some of the bigger field trips, to put in phone calls if they don't have information back from students. Or for some other reason they might suspect that there is assistance necessary. So we do our best to really make sure that every single student can go on the field trip regardless of their ability to pay for the field trip. I wouldn't say we're perfect, but we try our best, for sure. Board Chair Barnes also asked questions about furniture. I know it was addressed at last night's school board meeting. I would echo the same sentiments related to the use of the furniture in particular. Moving on, Board Chair Barnes, as well as our school board member, Dr. Schoenfeld, asked questions about the gifted and talented programs. These are referenced on page 1 of our proposed budget. How much of the school budget goes towards extension programs for students identified as exceptional versus school-wide or club-level programs like those that are listed? As well, can you talk a little bit about the ways the middle school meets the needs of these learners from other areas of the budget and how the program activities interact with the broader curriculum? So most of the funds that we have, a significant portion that are related directly to our gifted and talented program, do go to specific programs that support that, such as we have traditionally had a field trip to MIT in which our gifted and talented teacher chooses a workshop, if you will, in order for the students to participate in that. And then also it ends up being a tour of MIT as well. Science museum, girls in technology. These are all been focused primarily with those gifted and talented students in mind, those who have been identified. There are definitely, if such as Quiz Bowl or something of that nature, something that does benefit, I guess I would say, other students other than just the gifted and talented. So, but a large majority of that budget goes specifically towards those students. Now, as related to the second question, it's very important to recognize the impact and of our curriculum and the adoption of our curriculums, and those materials that we've implemented at the middle school, and their uses not only just for the broad and general, but also the impact that they have related to extension opportunities for our students. So those gifted and talented students also are going to receive the benefit of that, as well as other students within the school and the intervention opportunities that are there as well. Sometimes these activities ultimately that are part of these programs may be as simple as a way a science lab is set up, an opportunity to extend. In algebra, we have an algebra curriculum at the middle school, which is a great opportunity for students as well to get a hands up on math.
Could I, Adam,
Please.
if I could just elaborate, I just want to, again, draw a connection. The board's heard us talk for some time now about universal design for learning, and really what Adam just described is that in action. So oftentimes when we've talked about universal design for learning, what we say is if you design a program for a person with, let's say, a learning challenge, it would also be true that a lot of students without learning challenges could benefit from that. So if you the example of, if you build a ramp, not everybody needs a ramp, but it sure is helpful, and more people can go up get to the building if you're using ramp and stairs. It's also true the other way around. What Adam's describing is a situation where the gifted and talented teacher uses some resources to support the needs of students with special talents and abilities, but then all the other students in the district, that's what a full implemented gifted and talented program stand to benefit from that. So it's UDL in the other way that's described, and that's really what you're describing. I know you said that. I just wanted to be clear that we're making that connection, because every time we get the opportunity to talk about what Adam's talking about, I want to link it to other things we've been discussing. We've been discussing UDL, so.
Naomi?
And that's the reason I tend to put this one on here, both for elementary schools and the middle school. And that is, sometimes when we look at the budget, and I will occasionally hear this, it looks like there's this little sum being taught towards having students develop gifts and talents. And I think it's important to highlight the extent to which the work that you do already encompasses so much of this opportunity for students to excel where they're ready to excel, and that this is a particular extension program that builds in as part of it. And I think that contextualizing it through UDL does that as well. Mm-hmm.
All right, super. Vice Chair Gwal-Yumi asked a question related to the service contracts and the 12 computer stations and where they are located. So the 12 computer stations, they're under non-instructional equipment, which is basically our office supplies. So they were located in the main office as well as the guidance offices, and it's just the different computer stations that we actually have within those facilities. Is that makes sense? Finally, Dr. Schoenfeld asked if there were similar numbers per class or per student that could be given related to the classroom supply account budget, and it's on page 10 of the proposed budget for the middle school. Ultimately, this year, we took a 3-year average and added a 10% increase in order to ultimately account for those costs, as opposed to making it something that fluctuates as much dependent upon a per pupil type expenditure. Yep. All right, and we would be more than happy to answer any other questions that you all have for us.
Are there any other questions about the middle school? I think you might have the shortest one so far. I was gonna say.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
very
having
much.
us.
Run, run. Starting to ice out again. We're on to item number 5, which is a formal hearing on Merrimack High School budgets. I invite to the table Principal Sharon Putney and Assistant Principals Rich Zampieri and Peter Bergeron. So welcome and thank you. The handouts look like quizzes. I don't like it. It's like a pop quiz, budget style. I know, right? Thank you so much, Rich. Not the same anymore.
Good evening. In discussing kind of the overview of the Merrimack High School budget for 2021, you'll notice that several line items have been reduced or level funded in this budget. Some of the reductions are due to one-time purchases in the previous budget, increased purchasing through online vendors, and our ongoing efforts to reduce paper consumption through online access to information. There are some proposed increases that reflect replacement of worn materials and the increased cost of supplies and materials. There are also increases in the areas of athletics as well as transportation, and some replacement in additional texts. Some of the additional costs provide increased services to students and materials to support project-based learning and differentiated instruction to meet the diverse needs of our students. In athletics, the following is requested: additional funds to cover projected increases in official fees and assigner fees, additional funds to cover the cost of coaches' education and training, transportation costs to reflect increases for away contests and playoff games, and the purchase of Family ID software, which provides a web-based platform for athletic registrations, online paperwork information tracking, and communication. Some additional items requested through physical education and health is the Act Fast medical anti-choking trainers, as well as the replacement of the CPR dummies and AED training devices. And the math department has also requested calculators to continue to support the implementation of the new district math curriculum. And that is from myself, as well as Assistant Principals Richard Zampieri and Pete Bergeron. So before we address the board's questions, we understand that there were questions last night that had to do with class ratios. And we believe a ratio of 12-1 was quoted from the DOE website, and we thought we would address some of those questions in advance. At Merrimack High School, our needs really vary by department. Our actual ratios in the 3 core areas of math, social studies, and English are 19-1. In the content areas of art and technology, where there are safety and technology reasons for maxing those classes out at 16-1, our current ratios are 14-1. In the area of science, where there are safety considerations, we have a ratio of 16-1. In physical education and health classes, our ratios are 23-1. As you can see, our needs vary by department for a variety of reasons, which results in the actual numbers that we shared with you tonight. We will now address the questions that were submitted in advance of this evening so that we can address your individual questions from board members. The first question is one of the common questions that Chair Barnes had asked us regarding field trips, and Rich is going to address that question.
Good evening. Is it on? Hopefully. So please break out what the district covers and what the school covers. So we are we have very few grade level field trips. Most of them are department specific or even class specific. There are in the docket right now approximately 18 field trip requests for the rest of the year. Some are covered by the district, such as those listed in our line items for social studies, science, and gifted and talented. The others would be, costs would be covered by the students. And that's the breakout. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, the second question is, please provide percentage of students participating in these field trips. So trying to guess how many will participate, but based on anecdotal evidence and some of the requests, we have approximately 1,035 students who will participate in these field trips, which is approximately 85% of the student body, though some students go on more than one field trip during the course of a year. Okay. Please explain in detail how we assure that those unable to pay due to financial hardship are not excluded from going on field trips. When we are aware of such need and assistance, assistance is found for those students. Hardship, however, is not the only reason a student might not go on a field trip. Many students are involved in so many other activities, whether it's co-curricular, athletics, or very tuned, as we saw with our student board member, academics, that they decide not to go on some of the field trips, even though there's an opportunity. So there may be those reasons as well. And please explain how we assure those students who are in food unstable households, without exposing how we keep those students protected from being uncovered, are fed when on these field trips, and how their privacy is protected if they are unable to bring a lunch or a snack on these outings. The privacy of those students who have those obstacles, whether they're on free and reduced lunch or not, is often difficult to ascertain. When these issues are brought to our attention, we find a way to provide them a bag lunch to bring with them on a field trip, or sometimes we'll go to guidance and get snacks for them to be able to bring with them. I think that's the 4 parts.
So I'm going to back up just for a second to the previous information that I was giving you regarding some of the ratios for those classes. Some of the core area classes that we have, because of the needs of our individual students, may be a smaller class, but there are many, many of the core classes, especially in math, English, and social studies, that have from 25 to 30 students in those classrooms at one time. So it balances out where it brings the ratio down a little bit, but some of those classes are smaller for those students that require those extra supports. Many of the classes range between 25 and 30 students in those classrooms. I don't think I really made that clear. Thank you.
I was going to say, I've never seen one of my kids' core classes in high school where there's 18 students. There's always, when you talk about those core English, the backbone ones,
Right.
that, the college prep, or what they call it, this levelized classes now. It is on average 25, 30 students, because parents tonight, we're filling up the room.
Right.
So yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Yep, thank you.
So I have a question in regards to furniture, as I know you questioned the elementary folks last night. So this is a question from Chairperson Barnes. Why does school furniture like bookcases, cabinets, and closets cost more than basic consumer furniture? And as I mentioned, my colleagues addressed this as well last evening, guideline certified. This guideline certified as safe purchase through approved vendors. These must be sturdy and also meet fire code regulations. Question was asked, the average lifespan of furniture. We have some science tables that are obviously very heavy, and they have a special service. Some of those, they last upwards to 25 more years. I've asked for art tables on our budget last year and this year because those as well are over 25 years. I would say, that question is average at 25 years, though, give or take a few years. And as always, I've pointed out to the board before, Tom Tuso in the maintenance department, they're always taking care of our furniture. We feel if there's ever a safety issue, obviously, we're going to look into purchasing, piece of furniture or furniture that we need. What percentage of the district's furniture is placed on an average in a year? We have over 80 classrooms, well over 80 classrooms, and we have 81 homerooms. So we have, say, an average of 25 chairs each, as an example. That would be over 2,000 chairs. We ask for like 12 chairs per year, and that's 0.006. And once again, I just pointed out, if there's ever a safety concern, then we're going to purchase that piece of equipment, that furniture. So those are the questions on furniture.
Chair Barnes had a question on charter schools, transportation, and other supports, and I think that's going to be addressed by Matt Chevernell.
Yeah, what page are we on? I just want to make sure.
So the question is, can you give a grand total of money budgeted in the?
Oh,
That was covered last night, it was
yeah.
Was it
95,000,
covered?
yep.
Okay.
96
All right,
to
perfect.
something, yeah.
96 too,
correct.
yep.
Okay.
All right,
Just
so-
want to make sure I had the right
No,
one. 'cause
so,
there's
so
another
just,
chart.
yeah, I had a cover letter of things I wanted to kind of cover for the district-wide that would impact K to
Yeah.
12, and then there's some that were specific buildings. And obviously, charter schools aren't specific buildings because they're not ours, but they cover
It's
K
been
to 12.
covered now.
So, absolutely.
Okay,
So,
all right,
but that one
perfect.
was covered last night, thank you.
Then Chair Barnes had some specific questions to the high school, and we will address those now. And the first one has to do with co-curricular transportation. School Board Chair Barnes and also Board Member Schneider had questions about this that Pete is going to be helping to answer.
So in Chairperson Barnes asked, in the 18-19 actual expenses utilized 15,000 less than was budgeted. Do we know how much students paid for transportation, accommodations, meals out of pockets from these clubs that would have been eligible to be costed out of this line item? We know they are paying 100% for any uniforms that they need for these events. This line item for us includes only transportation costs, not an accommodation for meals. Some of the competitions provide food for the students who participate at the competition site. Just as an example, we hosted a Model United Nations competition at the high school. We provided the food. Every year, our theater kids, our drama students, go up to Plymouth, at Plymouth State University, for a workshop. And part of the registration fee, there's a meal included. And many times, I think, as you know, just like in athletics or booster clubs, a lot of these clubs also fundraise, so they'll use that portion if they have to provide for meals as well. If we become aware of a financial need, we would accommodate that need, obviously. And for some of the question about, well, the comment about the uniforms, there are some co-curricular activities where they may need a T-shirt or sweater, and once again, if need be, we're going to help that student or that particular club for that situation.
Right. And I think and I'll just kind of dial back the genesis of the question is, I think when we look at co-curriculars, it's the sports for non-athletes. And for a lot of those students, when you go on an away game, they're going to have the bus, they are provided uniforms, they're provided meals for the way back if they're a far away school, those kind of things. That there's costs associated that are usually covered. But when it comes to co-curriculars, there's a lot of out-of-pocket from parents. So, when you talk about an away match for, say, robotics, because that's something I know probably the most about, they are definitely, paying for hotel. So it gets into the hundreds of dollars. They're paying for every shirt for every competition if it's different. So there's all of that. And so it can definitely add up. So, it's definitely, when you talk about what booster clubs cover, usually it's sometimes especially the equipment to be able to participate in those programs. Because that, again, going back to robotics because it's so specific, the costs associated with maintaining that robot are quite high. And to model it for whatever competition that year has designed makes it even higher. So, when you talk about apples to apples, we have done great work as a board and great work as a district, that collaboration to make sure that there's as much equity as can be had, and that's where transportation has come in. But we haven't really spent all of the transportation in the last few years. And to that end, we were trying to go dollar for dollar to do the right thing, but are we maybe setting too high of an expectation on what we would cover with those transportation costs? Knowing that there does have to be a balance in a co-curricular that you would not necessarily have in sports.
And I think that lends itself to Board Member Schneider's question. Are there any changes to the events that this will be used for between last year and this year? And given the value was flat last year, is this taken into account any increase in overall transportation cost to the district? Looking to see how beneficial this transportation line is, and are we funding it adequately? I feel we are adequately funding this line item. There are years that we've gone to St. Louis, Atlanta, Detroit. So, we do our very best to make sure those costs are covered. We have been able to cover all the requests for co-curricular this past year.
Okay.
Just a clarifying question on that. So there's several places in here where I ask questions about transportation where you don't seem to reflect the percent increase that other schools might have. Is that because you're not using contracted transportation and therefore it's flat, or?
No, we're looking at the historical expended, and even if we were to increase, we don't really need to increase it by 3.5%, which is the contract rate, because we haven't had the utilization. It all depends how the schedule goes at the various schools, how many trips make, how many kids are there, so it's a variable that doesn't lend itself to the regular school bus routes, where you have a 3.5% increase and they have to do X amount of days, 180 days a year.
I just asked because like in the special ed and a couple other areas where it was more regular transportation.
Yes.
It did reflect it. I just wanted to understand.
It didn't reflect it here because of past history.
Okay.
Just to keep it level, funded.
Mark?
So I want to, if I could paraphrase what I think you were asking, and maybe you can tell me whether I'm right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I'm hearing you ask us to consider is if, for instance, on any given year, we find that we have underexpended the transportation line because not all the clubs went to the, and if, would we be able to somehow try to figure out a way, some sort of metric to add money that would be naturally in that line that would go back to the taxpayer thing, and then maybe create another line for accommodations, meals, and out-of-pocket expenses, let's say. Is that kind of what you're asking us to consider? I just want to be clear about what.
I basically, when I look at this, I think that when you're looking at co-curriculars, there's a considerable out-of-pocket expense. And I think the one overriding theme I have with a lot of the questions I have with field trips and everything else is, do any of the programs we have create delineation where the haves and the have-nots have particular advantage?
Mhm.
And I think that's really where I'm kind of coming back to. If you have a program that could offer you great opportunity, that is, say, a co-curricular, but it doesn't, knowing the costs that go along with the travel and the hotel and, you're going to Georgia, there's no way you're coming back at night, or you're going to WPI and you're in competition till 10 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning. You're not coming back to Merrimack. Is there anything that's cost prohibitive for these families to be able to participate when some of those high dollar expenses? I mean, I think probably at the high, I spent $300 a year just on hotel for competitions for one of my kids in robotics. But for parents that maybe it'd be a great opportunity for their child, but they can't see how they could possibly subsidize. And the club membership went up to $100 this year. The Booster Club membership for students to participate is $100 this year.
Yep.
That's just to get in the door. So, what are we doing to make sure that we don't have a delineation of have and have-nots for some of those programs that can even offer them scholarships?
So we've been trying to attend to the co-curricular line for some time, and it's been focused it's been focused exclusively on transportation. So what I'm hearing is a challenge for us to think a little bit, to coin a phrase, outside the box, to take now into consideration beyond transportation, those things that you're talking about, in addition to transportation that could be cost prohibitive. That's what you'd like us to look into.
Yep, and
got it.
obviously, the best decisions come with data, and I know it's a difficult point of data to get because parents don't like to tell you when they can't provide for their child. So I'm asking for an uphill battle to get like what I would call an understanding of how we can make sure that we don't create an exclusionary environment for our kids.
Got it.
And I don't say that you have an easy job to do that. So, but is there any way we can make sure that we don't create an environment that does have create exclusion?
Thank you. Perfect.
Absolutely.
And the other piece of that too, I think that we can continue to work on is making sure that there's a message out there to parents, giving them a way to get in touch with us, when we become aware of something, we help. And I think that obviously there's privacy, but just making parents more aware of the fact that if they do have a need, here's a private way that you can contact us so that we can help you out anonymously.
Sounds good.
So.
Yeah. I was just going to make the comment, our Science Olympiad team went to Cornell University up in Ithaca, and we've paid for that transportation piece, and there's that hotel piece you talk about in meals too. But I think we really have made great strides in trying to equally fund the co-curricular teams. We have 42 clubs. 10 of those clubs are competing clubs. So, not a week goes by where we're not sending a team somewhere.
And it's been my 10th year on the board, and I think we had maybe $20,000 tops when I first came on the board. And it's definitely, got more, parity with actual athletic activities. So, and we're definitely going the right direction to make sure everyone has equal opportunity. So thank you. Cindy, you had another?
Yeah, Also, I might encourage you to think of some other creative ways around that too. Perhaps we could do some fundraising at some of our football games where, families could make a donation, drop a $5 or, the 50-50 raffles or some things like that. So it becomes maybe some extra money that then we could use so that it can be funded by people who want to give. And so that would be another suggestion that I would have. Because I certainly understand the issue. You have basically educational opportunities for kids that they may not be able to pursue because of financial reasons. And if we can maybe find some creative ways to try to help that, I think that I'd like to look into that avenue as well.
Definitely, thank you. The next question had to do with a line item about the KitchenAid mixers, and Pete is going to address that question.
So this is for our family and consumer science. So the KitchenAid mixes, Chairperson Barnes had this question, can you provide specifics on what the district needs are? They range from 200 and up depending on size. The mixes purchased would not necessarily, and we put down, I wrote in KitchenAid, we used a generic term meaning, we're going to have a very good high quality mixer. There are 5 sections each semester for family consumer science classes. And Mrs. Putney pointed out, we can only have like 16. Those are filled to capacity. There's waiting lists for that class. So we want to make sure we get a very good mixer because they're going to be used all the time.
Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, the next question, athletic. So for equipment, this question was from Chairperson Barnes. It was on the golf bags. And golf bags, kind of like furniture, would the bags be district equipment or would they remain with the player? They're going to be owned by the school, so they're ours, and it's probably been 10+ years, golf bags. We make sure we get a good quality a golf bag, so those remain with the district. And so at this time, do the players use their own golf bags? They're going to have their own because the students on the team use their own bags, but in competition, they use the Merrimack High School. That's what all the schools do. They use their own. And the other question was about their own. The players use their own clubs. Most of the kids who are on the golf team, and in fact, our numbers have increased. We're going to have a junior varsity golf team. They're going to have their own. They're going to have their own clubs. They're specific. They want to use the best club that they. It's like hockey players. They're going to take a particular brand of hockey stick that they feel comfortable with. Same with golf clubs.
Cinda?
So if they have their own golf clubs, wouldn't they most likely have their own golf bags, or is it a?
They would, and I know you're probably wondering. I made that comment, but they have to use the golf bag.
Does it have like our logo on it or something?
Yeah, it has the logo.
Okay, yeah.
It has the logo
I
on
was
it.
just trying to put the
Transfer
pieces
over.
together.
Yeah, they would transfer over.
The
Yes.
state considers it part of the uniform.
Yes, he's right.
Okay, and honestly, as I said, I've
Mr.
been on the board
Zampieri's
since
right.
2010, and I've never seen this in a budget,
Yeah.
which means I assume that they never had them before. But what is they were that well taken care of that you haven't asked until now. Great. Well, thank you for the clarifier. I had no idea we had our own golf bags. I've been around a long time.
The next question from Board Member Schneider and Board Member Guayumi had to do with the 504 coordinator position. And I believe the superintendent's going to address that.
So I just want to provide a little history. So, sorry.
Cinda?
Can you just read the whole question, please? 'Cause
Yes.
I don't know that.
So the question is, please explain the 504 coordinator / at MHS and about the loss of the partial grant funding. So just a little bit of history there. About 6 or 7 years ago, it was the case that 504 cases were handled by guidance. We talked tonight about how the numbers of 504 students on 504s has dramatically increased. And at the point about 5 or 6 years ago, the management of 504s, which is pretty extensive because you have to, it's a federal law and you have to follow the requirements. And it was getting too much for the guidance staff to handle given the complexity of their actual jobs. So this was over and above. And what was happening is we were finding ourselves close to out of compliance. And that becomes an Office of Civil Rights issue. And if we fell out of compliance with 504, we'd be dinged by OCR. And so in order to avoid that, what we did was work with the Youth Council in Nashua to contract with an employee there to work with us on a part-time basis to provide sort of, supports to the guidance department to tackle that increased load. Over time, that load has gotten greater and greater, and so what happened, and that was funded through a grant. And we've done that many times in many cases, Mandarin being an example. We've started with a grant. Over time, we have graduated from that person working the initial number of hours to more hours and more hours, less and less at the Youth Council, up until the point where in this last year, we have needed that person full-time. This is a person who works nonstop during the day to be compliant with our 504 needs. The board put in the budget last year $25,000 to supplement the non-benefited position there, and the remainder, up to 40, was paid for by a grant. That grant, as many grants do, has changed significantly in its requirements. So we would not be able to use that particular grant or any other grant to supplement that salary up to 40,000. This is not benefits. In addition, that grant that I'm referring to, 2A, has significantly decreased. And so we find ourselves not only not being able to use it, but even if we could, that number has significantly reduced, and there are lots of very other important things that need to be supported by that grant. And so it's a very important role, and so in the budget, we've asked for the remaining $15,000 to be added to the 25 that was budgeted for and supported by the board last year, to make that an entirely in the budget position at 40,000. So it's been a process of gradually, relying on grant money up to the point where we can't anymore. And now we have, and this is the last year of the grant, so the person is being paid one more year using the grant to supplement the 25, but then we're not going to be able to do that anymore. And I'm telling you that we can't not have a full-time 504 coordinator at the high school. And the reason for that is again, I just want to say this is not a luxury. This has everything to do with federal compliance, and the Office of Civil Rights pays close attention to our compliance on that. And so that's the explanation for the 504 coordinator.
And it's just the one 504
Correct.
coordinator?
Correct.
Which, there's 4 grades there too, so it makes total sense.
Yep.
The next question is other LEA at the high school, and that question came from Board Member Schneider and also Board Member Guayumi. And the question is around, there appears to be a transportation line item to cover costs bringing students to the various tech ed programs at Alvern, Nashua North, and Nashua South. Does this line get impacted by the 3.5% increase in transportation due to the bus service contract? It is budgeted flat from the previous 2019-20 budget figure. And I think
Yeah, that's correct. This is the voc ed transportation. We talked about that previously. It's budgeted flat. It depends upon utilization, and it's the number of runs per day, wait times, et cetera. So, but it's not something that is, we're planning on putting a 3.5% increase to it because we haven't fully expended it in the past. So we're leaving it level funded. Okay.
So my part of the question was, I had noticed that it's $175,000, and it looked like it was for 54 of our students. So is it like an average of 3.2 thousand per student for tech ed? And is that just the cost of the fact that we don't have the tech ed program here? We have to centralize it.
We have, years ago, they called them voc ed centers, they called them CTEs, they called them applied technology centers, they've called them a lot of things. And because we don't have one, and they built them with different geographical areas in mind, like when I was in Jaffrey Ringe School District 20 years ago, the voc ed program went to Peterborough and Conval, and we also shared with Milford also for their automotive and their culinary program. So there are voc ed centers in different areas of the country. There used to be, years ago, when the state used to help fund us more than they do now, the construction of voc ed centers, if you were approved for a voc ed center, and we were in Jaffrey Ringe 20 years ago, was 100%. They would pay for the construction of it for 100%. So you could have your own voc ed center. And then it went down to 75%, and then it went to nothing very, very quickly. But that's how they all kind of grew, and that's how come they're regionalized. So if we want to participate, we have to provide kids there. So if you want to take the number of kids divided by the cost of the run, yeah, that's what it comes out to. but it wouldn't matter if there were 50 kids on the bus or one kid on the bus. The bus costs us what the bus costs us.
I mean, there's no debating the value of, especially in
Absolutely.
today's times. I was just very surprised to see that cost when I really took a moment, to
Yeah.
do the math.
Historically, it's been that way for a very long time.
But
It's the students, I don't know that I've seen, like, I don't know if the student count has been in line.
Probably not, yeah.
That's
yeah.
what triggered me. I probably saw the student count this year, and I didn't see that in
Right.
prior years, and then
Right,
that made me question it. But
yeah.
we don't have a program here. We have to offer that program, and if
Yeah,
there's.
you have to. Don't have a choice.
But to Cinda's point, 174,000, 175 is the budget. That's about $1,000 a day to transport kids to 3 different schools, essentially. Is that
Well, it's not one bus. It's a series of buses.
so?
There's
You're
probably 4 or 5 buses going at different times to different locations all at once.
so it's not as though there's one bus that goes to Nashua
No.
South and comes back, and one bus that goes to Nashua North and
No.
comes back.
So it could be a fleet of buses, one going to Nashua North, the other one going to Nashua South, because they can't go to Nashua North, drop off and get to Nashua South 10 minutes later because the kids will be late. So they,
Right, but you make it. I mean, I understand that one bus for each one because of the timing, but it sounds like they're making not just one trip in the morning, one trip in the afternoon, but like constant
multiple
trips.
back and forth, yeah.
Is there?
They have to come back to school. They'll go in the morning, they'll do the program, and then they'll come back to school. And then another group will go, and so they'll make another run. And then there could be multiple runs going different locations at different times.
So I think the challenge is, in looking at your historical data, you've budgeted the same amount for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Budget years. And in 18-19, you expended only 141,000, so you
Correct.
underexpended by about 30K
Yeah.
on that. I would challenge as you go forward through this next year, to find if there's ways to potentially optimize, like if you have like 10 kids going to a school or whatever, does a full-size bus have to go? I mean, I don't want the answer at the table. I don't want to debate it at
Yeah,
the
I
table.
don't want to do that
But
right
there's-
now off the top of my
Right,
off
but
the
it's
top of my
just,
head.
I mean, to Cinda's point, it's a lot of money. It's potentially an opportunity each year to look at the sort of dynamics of who's going and try to optimize if possible. Because, I mean, this is a lot of money for transportation, so
It is.
that's my only challenge.
Yeah.
The other question I have is, are students driving themselves independently of that? So are we paying for the transportation and some are driving, or is it required that they?
We offer transportation. We require them to take the transportation, but we do not prohibit them from driving themselves if they choose to do so.
We probably have, oh,
Go ahead.
So we have a couple of students who are driving themselves this year, but they have to receive special permission to
Right.
be able to do that and sign a contract with us, so they can't drive another student with them. And the reason they're driving is because they're also participating in another off-site program. And so there's no way that they would be able to participate in both programs unless they drove themselves. So we made an exception for those 2 students, but all the rest of the students take the transportation that's provided.
because my concern would be the liability with that during the school day if they're driving things.
The next question has to do with athletic transportation by Board Member Schneider. The fact that this account is increasing by over $14,000. One of the description items explains the increase due to wait times. Can you explain what that means? And overall, is the per mile increase attributing to the transportation percentage increase of 3.5%? Matt?
Yeah, that is correct. 3.5% for the per mile wait time. I think we covered that the other night, but I'll definitely say it again. Is the amount of charge that we get for the buses that wait for the kids while they're at the event. So I think it's $30 an hour or something like that, if I remember correctly. but it's just the cost. If the bus has to wait for 5 hours, it's a $150 charge for the bus, because the bus doesn't go anywhere. The bus is supposed to sit there and wait for the kids. You see, when there's visiting teams and whatever coming over to Merrimack, you'll see a BG bus out there, or you'll see, Hampton School District or something like that. Same thing. That's wait time.
Thank you. The next question from Board Member Schneider and Board Member Schoenfeld is regarding the athletic practice transportation account, and Pete's going to address those two questions.
So, Board Member Schneider, and Dr. Schoenfeld had those questions, and I think basically you want to know how that is going. And so I think once we're through a full year, I think we can adequately answer that question. I would tell you one example. The challenge is when we have gymnastics, for example, we go to a facility in Amherst. That's at 5 o'clock. So we budget for all of our teams. So when you budget for gymnastics, so that means the parents, the students get out at 2:15. They might be involved. They might have to meet with the teacher, or might be involved in another club. Then they might go home, but then their parents would drive them back, and then they would get on the bus and go to Amherst. So in some of these cases, it's just not practical. For hockey, for example, our ice time was set, in the fall. It is easier to get ice time now because we have more ice arenas, but we tried, for example, early this year in hockey, to provide the bus transportation, and we did. But by the time, we got on the bus and went over to West Side Arena in Manchester, our students were 15 minutes late. We play twice a week. Well, this week we're playing 3 times. But if we play Wednesday, Saturday, we get 4 days, actually 3 days on the ice, 1 day dry land training. So it's just hard to get the kids over there. I will say this fall for boys and girls soccer for practice, that worked well. We were able to go, from the high school, and we provided transportation to those students. And probably for the spring, would be the same for lacrosse too, because early in the year, the fields just aren't ready. So we're going down, to the GPS fields in Bedford. So I think we got to let it play out, and then we get the input from the coaches as well.
So I would say if the board would like us to talk about this later in the year when we have the full year under our belt, now we've got the winter and spring sports that are yet to start, then we're happy to do that, and then at that point we'll probably have a fuller explanation for you of how to answer those questions.
Linda?
I would say too, with that, if you could get some data for us, so if I could get like a count of the, what percentage of the team, 15 of 20 that are utilizing it, that just helps. It just gives me some factual things.
We can do that. And, you brought up the word, that word liability. I mean, we're not going to put any students in harm's way. But once again, I think we have to let it play out. There are many school districts that don't offer transportation for in a situation like this. Like obviously our tennis team's not right at Merrimack High School. We go to Wasserman Park. Swim team goes down to the to the Y. So we understand those are all that situations. But to your point, that's something we can do, and that's something our athletic director Mike Susi he's doing right now, and he's getting input from the coaches.
Yep, no, that makes sense. And, those facilities are at least in our town.
Yes.
And I think that's been the differentiator, when we're sending them all the way to Manchester on icy roads and things like that. But if nobody's using it, or we're not requiring them to use it, then, whatever the situation is, we can revisit that in the spring. But I would say we'll keep our eyes on that.
If I could just mention briefly, last year, if you recall, there was a cadre of parents here who were very strongly advocating for this service. So perhaps if we could check with them to see if it met their needs. I don't know how you would do that, but it's just a suggestion because of the large presence that was here demanding the service. I'd like to know if they felt like they were served properly.
And the booster clubs, they could do it through the booster clubs.
Right.
And I think anecdotally, you know, the feedback too from Mike Susi is that it's been a very positive experience for both boys and girls soccer. So I think, but we could get something more formal too, perhaps from those parents and find out the percentages. And once we've gone full
I'd just like
circle
to
with
find-
it.
You know, we
Yep.
spend money, we did something brand new.
Yep.
That was never done before. It used to be if you went to practice, if you were at GPS Field, you drove yourself, your parent drove you there, you got there somehow. And because it was outside of Merrimack, we chose to provide transportation, and they advocated for that. So I'd personally like to know, are they satisfied with what they advocated for, and are they getting their money's worth?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back around to that for sure.
And I think the other thing we have to look at is the courtesy that we want to give to our bus company, who, when they understood the needs that we were asking for, have been diligently staffing and training staff to be able to support these efforts. And, you know, we obviously want to make sure that, you know, we are using their services to their best ability. And, you know, we also don't want to just create a volatile environment either where it becomes, you know, we need you this year, and, you know, this year kids are driving themselves and next year kids want to ride. That's not, you know, that's not going to get us the long-term stable transportation circumstance that we're looking for.
And you recall, I'm glad you brought that up.
The
that
bus shortage, the bus driver shortage.
The bus
that's
driver
nationwide,
shortage
yeah.
last year that was really critical. It was critical throughout the state. It was critical throughout the nation. And STA sat at the table and said, you know, we would love to do this, but can we guarantee you 100% that we could make this happen? The answer was, we don't want to make any promises, but we'll try hard. And from my last conversation with Rich Desmond, our transportation coordinator, they are currently right now, if not 98%, 100% staffed. So they've turned that driver shortage around, at least in Merrimack, because we're special, you know. So.
Okay, thank you. The next question has to do with athletic supplies, and Pete's going to address that question about the athletic training supplies.
So in your budget books on page 19 and 20, there was an oversight on our part, and we do, if you notice each sport, you know, for example, tennis, you know, we list 6 cases of game balls, 2 cases of practice. In every sport, we list something. And for athletic training supplies, so we have an athletic trainer, for example. We had a hockey game at Westside Arena. David Duncan, our athletic trainer, was there. But those items that he would utilize would be tape, ice packs, and bandages, you know, gauze. Those are just to name a few. People are probably wondering, wow, $6,000. But when you think of it, you know, for example, tape, athletic tape, just think mid-August, football starts. There's over 60 players. You know, it's not like the NFL or college where every person has to get tape, but certainly half the team. So, you know, we are utilizing a lot of tape. So that is a mistake on our part, and we apologize. But those is just some of those items that would be for that $6,000 for the athletic trainer, for the athletic training supplies.
The next item, next question from Board Member Schneider has to do with the math text, and Rich will address that question.
Mr. Schneider said this item has been zero budgeted for several years, but now has over $3,000 in the line item. Can you explain the reason for this change and describe how loss damage description applies? This request is made specifically to cover the replacement of 13 Algebra 1 text, 11 geometry text, and 10 Algebra 2 text that were purchased with the new math curriculum. They were purchased for that purpose, and we would like to hopefully maintain the complete class sets as it was intended. On a nice note, however, Originally, there were 12 geometry books and 12 Algebra 2 books that were lost, but we've recovered 3. So we adjusted the line item from 3,400 down to what it is currently. Okay.
The next item is English and Language Art texts, and Pete will address this.
So this question came from Board Member Andy Schneider. Is the purchase of these new novels a one-time purchase, and will these be used in subsequent years? Any additional information on why, how the change was made, and how this was handled with past year's changes will be helpful. These novels will be used in subsequent years, yes. And I handed out to board members and central law staff and members of the public, I know some of you came in late, the texts go through a rigorous vetting process, which includes the connection to the English language, art standards, and competencies. The administration, English teachers, department head, or any subject area for that matter, science, social studies, we go through that rigorous process, and we sign off as well as the assistant superintendent, Mr. Fabrizio, does as well.
Yes, sorry, John. Sorry. Andy?
What's his question?
I was reading your
So-
form, I'm so sorry.
No, gee. So it wasn't so much the fact you're changing them. It sounds like you're making a shift to a new novel that you're then going to use for subsequent years. And the question is, do you cycle through a period of time? Do they do like 5 years of one novel and they switch to another? So you sort of stock the inventory of that novel and then you change it another 5 years. Is that sort of the methodology that you use?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we may come back to that novel that
Right.
we put to rest for a while.
Right.
So yes.
Okay.
I would just add first. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I would just add that this, like anything, communication is very important, and this process has been well vetted, and it really works in the fact that when new books are coming aboard, it's spurring not only the opportunity to look at the why and the purpose behind them and how they meet our standards and what's happening, but also a great conversation for myself as in my new role in charge of the curriculum piece of it, to go have conversations with educators and with Sharon and really sit and vet this process and talk about, so what is the purpose for the new book and why we utilize it and why is it important you chose this novel. It's really enriching conversation that goes along with this as well.
And
Go ahead, Mark. Julie.
just to add, just yet another level of that, as a former English teacher, I've been part of these conversations for such a long time about, does every student benefit from reading Shakespeare and Hamlet and King Lear and all the classics? And there's great value, and we do that, and we offer a very, in that sense, we offer traditional classic education to our students. It's also true that what we've learned over time is not every student needs or wants to read those classics, but what we're trying to do is get them to love reading and to be inspired to do that. And so what I've always been impressed by in the English department here is their openness to looking at new materials with high interest for students that will get them reading and get them engaged. And so periodically you'll see them introduce a new title, which we will use in subsequent years. As Pete said, there's a rotating part to it where it goes away for a while and comes back. But really, that's part of the idea of trying to, be responsive to our student needs. And not every student is, going to be an English major and need to know, everything about Hamlet. But what we want them to do is read and gain interest and use the opportunity to read to, to gain critical thinking skills and all those skills that are required in the college and career ready standards. So occasionally this does come up for that, for that reason as well.
Just kind of along the same vein, could you briefly explain the American experience? I mean, that kind of reminds me of that, frames what you're talking about.
Yep. So that's a actually, I'm happy to answer it, or do you want to? I love it. I'm an English teacher, so I'll do it and then feel free to join in. So it's a co-curricular course that provides opportunities for social studies credit and ELA credit. And it's one of the many innovative things that high school staff have done to collaborate so that students get an interdisciplinary or co-curricular experience. And it really, they provide materials that support particular, let's say, time period. That would be the social studies part, and then commensurate with the literature of the time, or that speaks to the time, and so students get a really immersive experience. And that's been one of many innovations that the high school has done curriculum-wise over the years to broaden the experience of students, so that they're not just having 47 minutes of this and 47 minutes of that. I mean, that still happens, and there's value for that, and it happens everywhere. But we're really trying to create an environment for students that's more immersive, and that's just one example of the really cool things that your team over time has innovated. So thank you for letting me be an English teacher again.
The next question has to do with world language equipment, and this is a question from Board Member Schneider. Are the noise-canceling headphones replacing the existing units or something that's being added? Are they used in a lab environment? And any additional details would be helpful. The noise-canceling headphones in the World Language Department are used in the classroom lab environment, and they're shared between members of the World Language Department. They currently have 15 working headsets from the 30 that were originally purchased, and they're trying to share those between all of the different, they work well together. They collaborate well in world language, and they're trying to share those materials. The most important reason for them to have these is that recording MP3 voice samples to the computer and uploading them is actually a requirement for the Advanced Placement Spanish and French exams. It gives students and teachers the ability to keep digital records of student work, provide feedback, and teach students to engage in self-assessment and goal setting. They also use the headsets to give students opportunities to do listening activities that would be done at their own pace. The next question from Board Member Schneider is around math equipment, and Rich will answer that question.
So there are two questions. The first one is, are the TI-84 Plus calculators being requested to help expand district-owned calculators for students, or are they replacing existing units? These requests are to expand the existing number and expand the number of complete class sets available to our staff. They are rarely lost. The department had said only 2 or 3 were lost last year or broken. And being school bus yellow, as you might know, they are rarely stolen. The second question being, can you explain the usage of these within the classroom setting, and where else are they being used? The calculators are really just one of many tools that the students use to solve these complex math problems, and also the human brain, besides these other technologies. They are rarely lent out, occasionally, but they are mostly needed for the next class that might need the complete class set. And occasionally for like SATs on that one day a year, students that don't have a calculator, we certainly lend them for that day.
And that was actually probably the what I was hoping you're going to answer, is because I know that because we use the SATs as part of the standardized testing that we rely on, and that students can use the 84 Plus for those, whether those fluorescent yellow calculators were used for those opportunities, and you answered the question. So, and for people that don't know, you can go into Staples and buy a TI-84 Plus calculator, and it's gray or it's black. Sometimes they're pink, whatever you get. But the ones they buy for school are fluorescent yellow. So anybody that's walking around with a fluorescent yellow anything, you can only get it from one place, and that's illegally. So, thanks.
The next question has to do with general ed furniture, and Board Member Schneider had a question asking about a little bit more information about the Futures Lab that was referenced, and how does flexible seating play a role in that. So you may recall that I came to a board meeting in the fall, and we looked at some of the data around graduation rate and dropout rate, and talked about the fact that our goal is to have 100% of students graduate. In order to do this, we're recognizing more and more that students require something that might look a little bit different in order to be successful. Flexible seating and multiple instructional areas will allow us to meet more of the individual needs of some of our struggling students who are trying to obtain credits and graduate. Some of these students require emotional support while working to achieve their future goals. We are interested in obtaining, in this Futures Lab, we're also interested in obtaining online, permits and licenses to get online courses for students, to provide a place for students to work on their high set, GED equivalent, participate maybe in some high school classes, and hopefully assist these struggling students with some real-world work and career experiences, as well as to teach some life skills as well. So that's the environment that we're talking about trying to create, and we feel like the flexible seating can help to provide kind of an alternative setting for those students to be able to feel like they're part of a kind of a smaller school almost.
Right, it's just, I guess I didn't understand the term Futures Lab, and you sort of defined it. It was a new term for me. Maybe everybody else knew what it was, but I'm certain.
And I'm just saying, I know what it is, but I'm saying it is not commonly known. This is
Yeah,
an
right.
idea that Mrs. Putney is putting forth.
No, and that makes total sense. It's just the label of Futures Lab without a definition left me scratching my head a little bit, so.
Well, I think different schools use that term to mean different things to them, but I just like the name of it because it really gets you thinking about beyond graduation and the role that students play and how we can support them to be able to graduate. The next question. I'm sorry.
No, that's great, because that's something that we've had discussions with the board, improving the graduation rates. I know you've taken that on, with vigor since you've come to the district with the team. So thank you for that. We look forward to hearing more about it.
Great, thank you. The next question has to do with the school improvement line item. Board members Schneider and Schoenfeld and I think Guayumi all asked questions about this and what the cost actually, what the line item is actually paying for, about the decennial accreditation that's described and what are those costs used for. The costs include a seminar for the co-chairs of the NEASC visit, the teachers, and the principal regarding the process for that decennial visit. So it goes toward paying for us to attend that. And a lot of it has to do with when the visiting team comes in 2021, helping to pay for the hotel, for their meals, also a conference room at the hotel so they can have discussions around what they've seen during the day and begin writing the report, and also membership in NEASC.
So for clarification purposes, this is a requirement for us, right?
As part of the process.
As part of the process and part of the,
And I guess for me, we're familiar with NEASC and the accreditation, just the term decennial or.
Yeah, the decennial
It threw us off, so it's sort of like your Futures Lab, this is another one where I needed the translation, but. Yeah, right. No, but that, I've seen what the NEASC accreditation is. It may sound silly that you have to pay all this stuff, but that's the way it is.
Yeah,
It
and the
is-
cost is a lot less, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Yeah.
a lot less than what it used to be. The teams are a lot smaller.
Sure.
And the process has changed quite a bit to be more
Right.
of a self-reflective process by the school and partnering with the folks at NEASC to help work
Right.
together.
Right, okay.
and what is that cost again?
The cost of that is, I gotta find the page now, it's page 34. I have it written down in about 5 spots.
Okay, that's fine. I got it.
$11,415.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for finding it before me.
Well, see, that's a benefit of putting the page number down. You can find it.
Thank you. Board member Schoenfeld had a question about the general curricular supply line items. The per-student breakdowns of the costs for curricular supplies, where possible, would be helpful in contextualizing these and similar costs. See elementary schools for an example. So we have found that calculating a 3-year average for the use of classroom supplies has been a more accurate gauge for us at the high school compared to a per pupil expenditure. With the other supply accounts, each course within the department has different requirements for what they need as supplies. It doesn't break down easily to a per pupil. It's more supplies for the class and for that course. So that's figured differently, but we do the classroom supplies with a 3-year average. You're welcome. The next question has to do with athletic supplies and the Family ID software. And this question was asked by board members Schoenfeld and Guayumi. And Pete, I think, is going to answer that.
So earlier in the evening, Principal Adam Carragher from the middle school mentioned Family ID, and then Mrs. Putney in her opening budget statement talked about Family ID. But really, it's a registration platform, and we use it in athletics. We've been utilizing it for a few years now, and it helps streamline the process for both parents and coaches. It gives us emergency information. A parent can upload, a physical to it. And it's kind of like Power School in the early stages where we just scratched the surface. So it can do a lot more, and we're just getting into, utilizing it. And Mike Susi, our athletic director, when he has his informational nights for the fall, winter, and spring, mentions the Family ID and how he wants parents to go on it. If need be, some parents, they will do the old, the old paper and fill out the forms and get those forms into Mr. Susi, so, that we can get the students, we get them ready to start their particular sport they're going to be in. But I think it is a very useful tool for us here at the high school, and, it's filtered down to the middle school, and Nancy Rose has helped us with that as well.
Could I add a little bit to this? You mentioned Nancy Rose, the operative phrase right there, name. She talked to me about this, and she gave me kind of an idea of what it did and what it does and what the upside of this is. And we found out it integrates well with My School Bucks. And so I said, does it really, Nancy? She says, yes, it does. And I'd like to try it out with, she's running the Lego League or something, collecting fees and whatnot. So we set everything up. We set it up with our bank account. We did the, whatever codes that we need to do, and we actually gave it a shot, and it worked. So it was kind of amazing, as you saw 4 people in central office looking at a bank statement that said Family ID and then a code number which matched her Lego League program. So it was pretty cool. So there's an upside to this. It's going to be going around to automate payments for other fees or whatever. Whenever we get audited every year by CPAs. They come and they bother me for 2 weeks, and there's like 10 of them, and they're all dressed up in suits, and it's very intimidating. And so when we can ever put in systems like this that provides a great audit trail to reduce cash being handed over, maybe we can in the future make this bloom to take field trips, everything like that, so there's not this large amount of cash going around. It's more convenient for everybody. The audit trail is there, and whoever touches it, there's an identifier of who actually touches the software. So we were really pleased to hear about it, and it came from Mike, and it went to Nancy.
Bless you.
Bless you. And it went to us, and then we kind of said, okay, let's give it a shot. So it's interesting how things kind of catch a life of their own when you communicate with one another and work as a team. And this is kind of an example of that happening, which we've known one another for 100 years now, right, Rich? Yeah, right, Pete? Right, Sharon? And so, you know, we talk all the time. So this is another way to just kind of get things moving, because there's not those barriers of this is my job and my job only. So this is a really good initiative, and let's hope it plays out, and let's hope we can make the most of it to make everything different everything better for all the parents out there and for our internal controls. So that's my little 2 bits about, because I got excited about this. The bank statement, it was on there.
Naomi?
So it sounds like it hits co-curriculars as well, which was an issue being talked about before, which is nice to hear. I'm curious, you said that you've been trying it out. Has that been in a demo mode? Was it absorbed into a different line item?
It's in demo mode right now.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you said this earlier, but does it also save the district time with manual entry and things like that, or? So that probably, does the cost benefit there? I mean, just in and of itself, just manual hours? I know it was when we converted the district. When we got the parents' information, and, you know, at one point when my kids were in the lower elementary, you know, we were filling that out by hand, handing it in, and it sounds like a very similar process for athletics. So I know in that case, the cost benefit was even there, just without anything else, just saving the district the manual entry.
Yeah. You know, Mike Susi, you know, he's just his own man, and he would say it benefits, you know, the athletic department.
Yeah, and he can spend more time
Observing coaches.
Exactly.
Yep.
And the more complex you get with these types of systems, a lot of times you reach a point where, you know, we don't have a large crew of factory workers on the floor doing manual labor that you could cut 20% of your workforce and save a lot of money. What it does is it saves time, yes, but it gives you a better audit trail, and it gives you better access to information and better ways to extract information if you're looking to get detail on what happened when or anything like that, or what is the trend on this particular activity over the years. You don't have to go through filing cabinets and pull out paper. So it gives you more information in a quicker time frame by providing a cost savings, but that's not the main goal, because we operate on such a small administrative staff that 20% could be like, you know, this one person doing it, so.
Yeah. And I understand that. I'm just trying to look at
Yeah.
all facets of the advantages
Absolutely.
of it versus things.
And I think part of it too is the access for coaches for emergency information, which is now, you know, electronic and easier.
Is there an app with it then too, that the coaches would have?
There must be, because I know they can sign in and.
No? Okay. Well,
So everything's, we're in the process of,
okay,
I guess,
thanks.
getting to that point. Okay. All right. The next question is from Board Member Guayumi, and it has to do with the athletic transportation, combined expenses with co-curricular of $107,000 in the students it serves. Pete, if you could.
So for each season, for athletics at least, I would say between 300 and 400 students. So, you know, fall, winter, and spring, each season. And as far as clubs go, you know, at least 600 students throughout the year. So, you know, you're looking at, you know, a little over half the school, you know, so.
And the next question asks for an explanation about the 30,000 graduation awards night line item. So this line item Most of the expenses under this are not for awards night, but for the actual graduation day. They have to do with expenses such as diploma covers and inserts, caps and gowns, multiple tents, tables and chair rental, sound system, police detail, things like that. So there may be minimal expense for the awards night, most of it's for graduation. And I think that might be the last question. If anyone else has any other questions?
You do. Keep going. You're on a roll.
There was one question I did not send in, but I had wanted to ask, but you would know this off the top of your head, and it relates to our department heads at the high school. I was wondering how many, just how many department heads we have, and then how many classes they teach, and what their roles and responsibilities generally are.
I'm trying to go through their content areas.
Is it 11?
It's 11 that actually, so it's, I'm thinking around the BLT table, some are department chairs and some are, there are other folks that are part of what we consider the building leadership team, but you're talking about the teaching department heads.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right number.
I recall that number as being 11, just from my
That's good.
past.
That's close enough. You can always correct it with me,
Yeah.
correct it with us later.
But the
but-
teaching,
And the classes they teach vary on the size of the department. So social studies or an English department head might teach 2. Someone in PE or art or tech might teach 3.
And generally, what are their other duties?
Well, they are part of the building leadership team, so they come to a meeting once a week to help craft the moving forward the objectives of the school. They do supervision. They work with budget. They address issues that parents have that teachers themselves have not been able to address. They have other various duties, like they might have a once-a-week lunch duty, or come down to the main office to help students enter the building. In that sense,
Do they do assessments then too?
they
of
do.
the-
Yes,
Yeah.
evaluation. Yes.
Do they cross-reference? So I know, would social studies ever do it for math and math for social studies, just to get an independent viewpoint outside the department, or no?
Not yet. The model is set up for that to be across schools across the district. We're not quite there yet, though.
Okay, I would suggest
Yeah.
looking into that too, because I think there's some advantages to getting a perspective outside of the department. Okay, so that was the one
Can
thing. and
I
then-
just,
Oh, go
just
ahead.
so, what you just described is what we've termed inter-rater reliability, and what that is a fancy term for is exactly what you said, where this model was introduced. The model you're talking about, the teacher evaluation, which we call EPEC, Educator Performance and Evaluation Committee, and the EPEC model is based on the idea that it shouldn't matter who your evaluator is. If you have a set rubric for what constitutes certain levels of performance across the domains that we've identified, then if you're properly trained, if you're a high school teacher, theoretically, you should be able to go into a kindergarten room, and knowing that you don't know everything about it, but you should be able to be trained to know what the proficiency levels are across domains. What professionalism looks in a high school AP classroom isn't that different than what it ought to look like in a kindergarten classroom, and so on. So there's a lot of training around that, and we've been invested in that training for years, so we're fully invested in moving in that space. And I just wanted to just to point out that, to elaborate on what they said, the department heads, one of their critical functions is supervision. And in the case of first-year teachers, we require 5 observations in 1 year. And in the case of second to fifth-year teachers, we require 4. So we have a considerable number of new staff. Over the years, over the recent years, we've had a pretty significant turnover of veteran staff to newer staff. And if you think about what it takes to conduct an evaluation according to our standards for that increasing number of people, the department heads are very, very occupied with doing that, and that has everything to do with growing the newer teachers as professionals, providing professional development, having professional dialogues with the people that they're evaluating to build them up as professionals. And it also counts towards teacher retention, because what you don't want is to have a situation where you have teachers flowing in, and because they're not properly supported in their first years, flowing in and flowing out. And so I just would add that the department heads, and certainly these three, but the department heads are really critical in that, so.
And then I just had one other question, one other thing I wanted to add, because last night when we met with was upper elementary, one of the concerns that I had was around the report cards, and that, it just seems very antiquated that we're sending report cards with expensive mailing. And I wanted to see if we could look at allowing parents to opt out, so that we're saving that money. We can opt out of our bank statements, getting, paper bank statements and everything else, and the cost of mailing is increasing in price. So I'd like to see if, as a district, we could look at ways to get savings in some way. I don't know the answer, but if we can look into that. And because most parents can access through PowerSchool, and I realize not all can, and all don't have access to the internet, but if there's some way that we can manage that without the redundancy and without that cost, it really adds up when we multiply it times every student in our district.
So we've started doing that at the high school as of second semester last year, where we notified parents that that was going to be going away, and that they could access report cards online, but they could also request through the guidance office if they wanted a hard copy. And we have a list of parents who have asked to have hard copies sent home of the report cards, but it's worth reminding parents about.
Okay, great, thanks.
So are there any other questions of the high school team? Well, you didn't get away with the middle school, but you have a kind of a complex maze of programs, so you didn't expect it, so that's good. Andy, yes?
I have a procedure question.
Sure.
So, I believe when we discussed if there's any additional, more difficult questions that we want to ask or propose about the budget, we were going to wait until we had all the presentations to do that.
Right.
One of the questions that I was going to ask surrounds high school and programs and staffing. Should I ask that question, not for an answer tonight, but sort of lay it out while the high school staff is here, or should I wait until we're ready to have that level of discussion?
I think you can ask it tonight. If they have answers tonight,
No, I don't.
they might.
No,
And
no,
if
this
they
is
don't,
not,
it's
they won't
fine.
have the answer to this question.
Okay.
It's
well,
more of a request, if you will.
totally fine. And then, but that gives them the time to do
Right,
the
that's-
research.
Well, they have context.
Yeah, sure,
why I'm
absolutely.
asking the question.
Go ahead and ask the question, knowing that we'll bring it at the next meeting on Tuesday.
Right, that's why I would give them almost a week, or a week.
Absolutely.
It's a week.
And obviously, is it something you feel that, based on the question, we could have administration answer on their behalf, or do you want them to come back?
I'll let them, administration, decide. So the question that I want to ask is, at the high school, we know that there's a varied selection of classes that are available in all the different departments. And going from year to year, students that choose to go into those classes vary. I mean, you could have some years that classes have nobody, other years they have a lot. We know that certain specific classes around world languages, around some of the sciences, some of the math, come and go, ebb and flow. What I'd like to understand is, based on what you've seen over last year and this year so far, as you're heading into, I mean, I know you haven't headed into the sort of open enrollment period yet for the new classes, but are you seeing any trends where there's classes that you have offered that you're seeing it trending down that you may not choose to offer in the future, largely because of their popularity or whatever? And in those scenarios, if you see that reduction, does it leave the opportunity for high school staffing to change, or would the lack of their a particular class, allow those existing teachers to better fulfill an area that's understaffed or where the ratios are higher. And basically what I'm trying to look at is, given the population of, it's hard in high school to do student-teacher ratio for population. It's really hard because there's so many different classes. But that being said, if we're finding that all we have is some of the basic core things and we're not getting a lot of asks for some of the other electives, I'd like to understand, as we go through the budget process, if there are opportunities that could impact staff or that would not impact staff because we could utilize them for other things more efficiently within the school. So it's sort of, you can't answer that question tonight, that's the point. But as we look at the budget and opportunities to potentially economize, that's the level of data that I'm sort of looking for. So I don't know, was that clear enough? Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me ask that.
That's right. Well, Andy took the art of jousting in 1973. We don't offer that anymore.
I know those buildings' windows well in that way.
I bet you do.
1971 onward.
There you go. So with that, if you feel that it's something that Mark and John and Matt can handle, we can give them the night off Tuesday. But if not, if you feel that you're going to have follow-on questions, let's be fair so they have the opportunity. So just,
I think, just for me, I mean, I have the question, if you can provide the answer based on them, they don't need to be here.
Okay.
But that's the genesis of what I'm asking.
okay.
You, you decide. I'll let administration decide.
Can I ask one clarifier?
Maybe. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're allowed to ask it because I get to run the meeting. So go.
Oh,
You
yeah,
ask.
You ask. Are you looking at enrollment trends?
Well, enrollment, there's enrollment, which is how many kids are in the school.
Correct.
But then there's also within the
class.
classes that are chosen within
Yes.
departments and things. So, I mean, I could look to say that the number of students in the high school is going to be flat over the next X number of
Yes.
years. But if everybody's focusing in certain areas and all of a sudden you're finding in particular areas like world language or something, there's a
Some
potential
particular
opportunity,
course,
right?
yes.
I mean, because I don't want us to just assume that the staffing in the high school is what we've got because the number of kids. Let's look at the program levels and see what makes sense. So it's a good force function to say you're at budget time, let's look at this closely. Let's talk about the opportunities, the for one way or the other. So that's the point.
Okay, more to come for that. So with that, for tonight, the high school, I believe, is good to go. Thank you very much for all your hard work and all the extensive answers.
Thank you. Hope you feel better.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel not too bad, honestly. I just sound terrible. I'm not going to sing, I promise. So item number 6 is formal hearing on district-wide budget, and I turn it over to the left side of the table, which is administration. Mark, Matt, and
So, Matt, I'll just
Yeah.
ask you to provide.
I'll start things off. The district-wide budget, as published on the internet and as printed in the book, is primarily contractual obligations. It is items that service the district on a district-wide basis. It's debt service. It's a lot of very global things that serve the entire district. We have the retirement incentive for all the teachers. We hold that there. That's something that's exclusive to the Merrimack Teachers Association contract. You have to have 15 years in district and be over 55 to avail yourself of this. And contractually, the board is obligated to approve 7 requests per year for this benefit. There's a point system involved. There's a formula involved in who rises to the top and when you have to actually apply for the early retirement. I believe those already have been in for next year. But that's something that's in the teacher's contract that's in our district-wide budget. We have areas that are health insurance, which I'd like to talk to you a little bit about later. Dental, FICA, New Hampshire retirement, which is different than the retirement incentive from the MTA. That is something that is a percentage of the salary for teachers and for classified staff. Also, teachers and classified staff contribute 7% of their gross income into this fund every year. It used to be 5%, but everybody seeing that the plan needed some help due to poor investment decisions in the past, that we chose to increase our personal participation in the plan. And it has changed a little in the years, with most of us who've been here for a while being grandfathered into the older model, like you see in a lot of industry now. It includes general ed transportation. It includes debt service. In 23-24, the last payment for the middle school will drop a little over $1 million from the operating budget. That means we'll be debt-free. I'll reiterate again that due to the position we're in and our gradual increase in enrollments, the district is well poised into the future not to acquire or have the need to acquire any new bonded debt projects as far as facilities go. That's going to be fairly stable. So once we're debt-free at the end of 23-24, that will be something that I know a lot of people will be very happy to see, and it'll bode well on our financials because we have to state what our outstanding debt is. And it'd be good not to be looking at a 20 or 30-year schedule. Yes.
Clarifier on that?
Just a question, how often does that happen? I mean, how
What?
common is that for a district to be completely debt-free?
I've never seen it.
Really?
I have never seen it. There's always something there, be it a lease purchase, be it a bond that's been hanging on for a while. I've actually never experienced a district, a town, anything that has been absolutely positively debt-free. I'm sure they're out there. I could ask around, but I haven't seen it. So.
I just, it's very rare. Having worked in different districts in Massachusetts, different districts in New Hampshire, and working very closely with other districts in those two states, I've never experienced it like Matt said. I'm not saying that that hasn't happened, but I've never experienced it. And I think it's important to raise that because it gets to the larger issue of financial management. And, you know, I've only been in this role since July, but I've been in the district for 10 years. And I have been sitting here and watching board after board planfully get to a point where this is in our sights. So it doesn't happen by magic. It happens by planful thinking, prioritizing, making choices the way we all do in our family budgets. I can afford that, I can't afford that. But I think it should not go unnoticed that it's been the consistent, careful work of multiple boards over multiple years that gets us to a point where that's in sight. And I don't know another district. Not saying they don't exist. I don't know of one where they see in the near future no debt. So it's a big thing.
Yeah, and it was part of the planning of after the middle school was built and the bonds were floated and everything like that. We had two other opportunities where we incurred a lease purchase. There was a 12-year lease purchase on an energy efficiency contract that we had. You guys remember that, the Honeywell thing? But there was a concerted effort to keep that from not going beyond the middle. The middle school was kind of like the line in the sand. Then we had the natural gas conversion, where we converted all the buildings in the complex to natural gas. I believe that was a 5-year 4-year, thank you, a 4-year lease purchase that we had, but we made sure that was done and taken care of. The Honeywell payment, the last one we had, we dropped that this year, reducing the request for the operating budget and the default budget by around $467,000. So we've looked at that bond as kind of like, this is where we're going to be finished. We don't want to incur any more debt that's going to go beyond that. And it's from a building and facility point, I don't see that happening in the near future. So that's why it's important, and that's why when we look at our overall capital improvement plans that we're looking at, in a few years, we're going to have a span of 10 years where we're not going to be doing any roofs or anything like that. So that even enhances our position to perhaps create a capital reserve account again for roofs to save for the future when that 35-year warranty kicks over and somebody else will be talking to you about it. And
I
it
mean,
won't
one
be-
thing that's
Huh?
coming down the pike is, at some point,
Yes.
I believe, is a follow-up on some of the conversations we've had over Honeywell and some of the ventilation in the
Yes.
buildings. I mean, that's a very expensive endeavor, but
It is.
we don't have to do that today.
No, we do not have, there is nothing critical on the horizon that we see, looking at our facilities and looking at how we've managed even our, you know, I've got to hand it, to Nancy, the technology infrastructure program that we began years ago when she was first hired. Before, it was kind of like whatever you could grab at the end of the year. If you had some extra, you'd go buy some computers. It was rather helter-skelter. And now we have a concerted plan that's in the operating budget and recurs every single year to keep the technology where it needs to be so the kids can learn in an environment where the school computer is not much worse than the home computer. It used to be, if I want to do my homework, I want to bring my home computer in because that one's a lot better than what I get in school. Now it's gotten to the point where we revolve things around, we move things around. So that's another plan that could have hit us, like if we ignored it for 10 years, all of a sudden there would have been $1 million expense to do a refresh of the entire district. But by doing it gradually, we avoided that spike. So that's not in the district budget, but I kind of went off on a tangent. I apologize. So this,
I led you there, so I apologize.
you did, didn't you? Yeah. Well, it's important for me because I really, technology and being here when we first had 56K lines coming into each school, and that was our bandwidth, 56K lines. And then looking at where we are now, it's really not that I've had much to do with it, but it's a sense of pride. It really is, because it's very important to me. This also included in the district budget is our audit fees. They run around $25,000, $30,000 a year. Every year we get audited by this past few years is Plodzik and Sanderson. We had Melanson and Heath before. We try and basically partner with what the town is doing. So if the town's switching off, I'll call up Paul McCallie. We'll have a conversation. What do you think? And then we'll get a proposal, and we'll see if we want to stick with them or go to another firm. But we'll probably stay with Plodzik and Sanderson for another few years, I would imagine, because they're a really good firm. They've been around forever. In fact, the two founders of the company used to be Department of Revenue Administration auditors around 40 years ago. So there's a lot of history there. And district-wide, we also have I can't read my own writing. The $100,000 for the site development, the master plan. that we're looking at, and we've talked about that before when we were doing the CIP, to look at the entire high school campus and try and put together a plan that would make sense from a traffic pattern standpoint, from which building do you want to leave up, which building do you want to tear down, how you'd like the parking to look, how you'd like a new lighting scheme to look, how you would like to highlight the entrance to the high school so people know where the entrance to the high school is. Because even though if you have that big blue sign, you don't know how many people who stopped me and said, could you tell me where the entrance to the high school is when I'm in the parking lot? It does happen a lot. And just to give it a more presence. And we're going to have to redo the pavement anyway, because the pavement is kind of on its last legs. If anybody's driven in that high school parking lot and driven in O'Gara Drive, it's a little bit rough. In addition to that, we have the proposed removal of the Brentwood facility for $125,000. That's in the district-wide budget also. And that's going to be, if approved, it's going to be teamed up with the utilities for Brentwood, which we have in the budget that we discussed before. And that amount will get us to where we need to be in order to take that building down and put a pad site there, meaning filled with gravel, filled with good fill that you could build upon if you want to put a new central office there sometime in the future, or you could create more parking, or you could look at doing a lot of things. You know, we have that acre at the back of the parking lot, right near the field. They used to call it O'Neill Field. They don't call it that anymore, I don't think. But near the field, and that's a perfect square acre. We may look at that again as a spot for central office, or that may be, you know, a tennis court area if you want to look at that. And we've got a lot of acreage, but it's very disjointed, so we'd like to spend the money, get some engineers in here, or professionals, and to have them look at this and to really do a good job on making the campus accessible, making the traffic pattern work really well, and to just kind of put a little, I don't know, gloss and glimmer on the high school without spending a lot of money. And you can do that with lighting, and you can do that with the way you break up your pavement and put grass islands in. There's a lot of things you can do that doesn't cost a lot of money that can really spruce up an area and just make it look like it should look. You know, because this is Merrimack, and I think it should have a presence. So that's basically what the district budget is. I do want to address something with health insurance, but I'll wait on Mark or questions or something to do that.
I just have a clarification. So what you said was that the district budget is for that consultant, not,
Yes.
just to be clear, if people are thinking
We're
at
not going
home.
to move any earth. The consultant is
Just want to
going
make
to
that completely
draw
clear. Thank
on
you.
paper, yes.
And it's also important to say, why would we do this? Because I think it's important for the board and the community to know that we're trying to be planful. I mean, we clearly have a lot of issues around parking. We hear it all the time. We have a small task force that Matt sits on with Sharon Putney and some parents that's addressing that issue. We have issues of safety around lighting in that area. We work there every day. We have issues around traffic flow. So a bunch of people with good ideas like us could sit around and say, oh, I think it'd be perfect to do that, and I think we could do that. We're not professionals. We're not designed, trained to do that. So if we're going to try to answer the needs that the community is raising and not invest the resources to get professional people to give us advice on how to do that, then it's really not something that I feel confident saying, let's go forth with. So it is an investment, but it's some critical things that many members of the community have expressed that they would like addressed. So, but no earth is being moved. This is a study, and we'll have lots of conversation with the board during the period after that study is taking place, and you're going to tell us how we're going to proceed. But anyway, thanks for the clarification.
Yep.
So I think maybe we could just go through the questions.
Yes. Yep, sure. Yep.
So the first question John's going to take, and if you just read the question.
First question really comes from a testing and scoring account, and it ends with 8331-10. And is the cost of technology or projected cost based on the anticipated number of pupils in K-6 in 2020-2021? And then I'm going to add the second question and answer it all together, if that's okay. That's okay. Can you provide details on the assessments we use and what they measure? So in this account, this is really an assessment account, and it's really about how the large majority of this account really has to do with our STAR assessment. And I'll tell you a little bit more about what STAR assessment is. STAR assessment is a computer-based assessment that we're using in our district K through 8. And we're using some of it in some portions of our high school around math, but the majority of it's really done K through 8. And what it is a computer-based adaptive assessment, and it's done with students. Takes about 20 minutes online, and it adapts. So it's a progressive thing. By the way, I mean by that, if they answer and they get correct, it gives a next level higher question. If they answer and it's an incorrect response, well, it's levelized to that kind of question. And it's computer-based, and it allows us to be able to look at them as an individual student is really what it is. And some ways we use this at the elementary level, I'll start. We use STAR to progress monitor students and look at really where they are. If we're providing an intervention and it's 6 to 8 weeks, really where they are they growing, are they doing things like that? We use it as a complement to our Fontes and Pinnell assessment, which is another reading assessment we do in district. And we look at it and we say, really, based on this child, where are they growing and where are they? It provides us really good evaluation data for their learning. It looks at it's based on Common Core standards, as well as our programs across all levels. It allows us to do that. So we can look at a kid as a child reading below grade level, above grade level, and it's a second measure to look at that along the way. It also allows us to look at whole school data in a way, too. It says, like, we have multiple students in 3rd grade. We're able to look at their assessments. Where are the majority of our kids? Are they falling where they should be? Do they need more intervention? It allows for targeted intervention based on the skills that they may not have based on the standards, too. So we can say a lot of kids may not be doing well with, let's just say they're not doing well with inferencing, for example. And we can say, okay, well, in across the board in 3rd grade, we've had a deficiency in inferencing. And they're able to say, let's do some targeted mini lessons on that and work at our curriculum and helping develop that to happen. It also is a big part of our Title I. It's how we select kids for our Title I population and looking at that and where they meet that standardized score below that benchmark that we would identify kids who use Title I. And again, we use it in Title I for ongoing progress monitoring every 2 weeks. We reassess every 2 weeks to see, is this program working, and are we making progress by the program that we've had in place for kids? If not, we adapt and change, and that's what it allows us to do there. When we get to the upper and the middle, we also start having grades as a 3rd measure. So we have Fontes and Pinnell, we have our grades, and we have STAR. It's kind of that 3-legged stool that we're able to use to monitor kids throughout the year and the progress that they're making. So it's done that in varied ways. And then more in the middle, towards the end of 8th grade, we have to start making some decisions on where do we place kids in the high school. Where do they go for English? Where do they go for math? Is it going to be an honors class, a comprehensive class, or do they need more of a foundational program? And we use STAR as a measure to be able to make some of those choices. It's one of the 3 indicators, along with grades in our Fontes and Pinnell scores too there. So that's kind of what STAR is. That's the majority of that account, and that's kind of what that money's used for.
And the question I had was, is the cost of technology projected cost based on anticipated number of pupils? So is it a per student, like, subscription type thing?
Yeah.
And I know, and the reason I think I really asked was, we were talking about the volatility of enrollments.
Yes.
So, how could that impact, how much per pupil is it? So could it be impactful if we have to overexpend because we do get an influx, those kind of things?
And Mark, if you want to add, please feel free, but Mark has much more history with this than I do, and this is, again, my first year in this role, so I will answer that from a level of, yes, of course, enrollments will impact it. We feel we've estimated for next year in doing that, and we feel pretty confident that's where we'll be, because it's based on where we are, and I think that is it is a per pupil cost for the assessment.
Okay, that's fine. Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
And then the next question is, it's again by Chair Barnes, and I'm going to get to another piece of it too. Transitional I went off, sorry. I apologize. This, again, question by Chair Barnes, I'll repeat myself, is about transitional academic supports and salaries. And this is item number that ends 8112-00. Can you be more specific about on the programs? Please provide data on academic outcomes and the students receiving supports from these programs. So Vice Chair Guglielmi also asked a question around Evening Academy. So I'm going to start there, and then I'll describe the other programs that are part of this line item. We have several programs that are part of this line item, but I'll start there and talk about that a little bit. So our Evening Academy is an opportunity for students to earn make-up credit towards graduation requirements. Students receive 0.5 credits for successful completion of a class. Classes are offered for credit recovery. Students may take students are not allowed to take classes they've already previously taken. It's all about recovering classes they may not have passed. So that's our thing. And credit recovery classes are online through a Plato system. It's a software we purchase. You heard Sharon talk earlier about softwares to purchase to have alternative methods for students to gain credit. This is another platform for that. It's called Plato, and that's what we utilize. So I'm going to give you data from, and you asked for some data on that, so I'll give you some data from, the best thing is to do last year's data versus really now, because we're still in the first semester. So my data is more solid for last year, so I'll give you that. So last year, Evening Academy in first semester, we had 20 students enrolled. Out of those 20 students, 17 passed the class, 2 unfortunately failed the class, and 1 was issued an incomplete because of some other factors that happened throughout that thing. Then our enrollment was much higher, as you can assume, in the spring because they took their fall classes. Some of them may not have passed them, enrolled in the spring. We had 48 students enroll in the spring. 29 of them passed, 9 failed, and unfortunately 10 had either incompletes or dropped from that point in that year. So that's really our Evening Academy. Each year we also survey the students too about kind of their experience, and out of 20 students, 14 replied in the fall, and out of 48 students, 29 replied in the spring. And really, overall, it seems to be a good experience for kids. A lot of them talk about, one of the questions, for example, is, if you did not participate in Evening Academy, do you feel you would have graduated on time and be able to receive the credits? And 64% of the kids said it was very crucial to me to be able to graduate. So it is a program that seems to be effective in working.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to ask how that differs, and maybe we'll get into this more later, how it differs from this Futures initiative.
So
It sounds similar to me, so I just...
So that's something that I can address more clearly, completely next week when we talk about the other question. Mrs. Putney's vision is that at some point, Evening Academy will become sort of merged with the Futures Lab. Not in the immediate future, but at some point. I just want to make sure that people, when John said that there was a certain number of students who dropped, that's not dropped out of high school.
No.
That's just that program. There are, for those students, there are other ways that they recover. And so I just want to be clear, because the word drop kind of is a red flag for people and think, does that mean a dropout? We don't have 9 dropouts out of that.
No.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarifier. And then there's also three other programs I want to talk about that encompass this line item. The first one is our summer reading program. And this is under the direction of Deb Fournier. She's one of our teachers at Mastercola Elementary School and just really does an outstanding job organizing and doing this. So last year, we had 88 students enrolled in our summer reading program. And this was typically ranged from K to 6 every year, but this year we said we're going to offer to 7th graders as well. So we did offer. Unfortunately, the offers were all sent out, and none of the students agreed to participate. And the offer, so who's offered? Students who are below grade level in reading. Not necessarily our students who have identified needs, because those will go to our ESY program and do that, for which Heather talked about earlier. But these are students that kind of, through an RTI process and responding to their needs, we offer this as a way to help kids not have that summer slide. And what the summer slide is, meaning that if I'm barely hanging on and I'm just below grade level, and I don't have exposure to literature and reading and instruction all summer long, I'm going to come back well below grade level. So it allows us to be able to have an opportunity to work with students over the summer, and 88 students took advantage of that this summer. And you know, we employ 8 teachers and 11 paraeducators for this program. It's a lot of individual attention. It's a lot of materials that are at their level and just the right level for their reading instruction, and we provide that. And it's a way of us to say, a way of us to take an opportunity to slow it down a little bit for kids that need a little extra. And that's exactly what the program is based on, what the program is for.
John, I think you asked a question on that?
Yeah. And I would say the same thing that I said earlier is if we can start to, as a district, look at ways to get in front of that so it's not just at the summer. If we can do more remedial stuff, even if we pilot it and see how it goes, and maybe as a board we'll need, to have a conversation about it, but I'd like to see what we can do during this school year too, because you might end up with kids that could benefit from it, but their family has vacations and they're not willing to give that up to do it. So I would say, I just wanted to make that point again, and I know I made it earlier.
We can do invite the language arts coordinators here at some point, because they do a lot of the kind of work you're talking about in the school year. So we can arrange for them to come and talk to you about that, and then based on that, you can provide guidance about what additional things you'd like to see us work on. But I don't want to give the impression that they don't very actively work on that remediation.
Yeah,
Throughout the
yeah.
year.
No, I get that.
Yep.
What I was thinking is more of that even supplemental, before and after school. If we had a way of reallocating some of those budget monies to try to further help get ahead, so it's not, some of them are going to need it over the summer no matter what, so they don't forget it, and for a variety of reasons.
Yep.
But I still feel like we could do better to help keep those kids from falling behind any further than what we're doing.
Yeah, and again, I think that I totally agree, and Mark, it's a wonderful idea, because I just met with the language arts coordinators the other day, and they are a great group that works intensely at exactly what Mark just described about how do we, throughout the year. This target was because of, and I can speak back to my days as an elementary principal, and I'm going to go back to doing that, and I spent 12 years at MES, and I think that what we watched was those interventions before, after, during, books sent home, things like that. What happened was exposure to literature in that gap of the 8 weeks being gone from, and this was to truly target that problem. And that's really what it was for, was not, I mean, it was to say that if kids weren't, and I understand there's family vacation, things like that, that happens, that does, and it's part of it, but if we could get even a few days of things like that, it was always about, we'll take what we can get at this point to really help kids not fall far behind because of that summer slide, and that was the notion of what this program was developed for.
And one idea I have, and again, I don't want to take us too far off the tangent, so I'll just leave that there and drop it, would be like maybe a Saturday morning where we can do interventions at the end of the week versus.
Yep, and you're right, and I'm eager to have that conversation. The thing that is important, and this comes up sometimes in the summer, so it's one thing to make an offer, and it's another thing for people to accept the offer. And so, so I agree with you. We have talked internally for years in my other role about that very thing, and we've, and I think some of the coordinators can speak to that when they come. Traditionally, Saturdays are seen by many people as family days and, you know, and sports days and so on. So I'm not disagreeing. I think the thing that will be part of the conversation is what's the sort of what's the marketing that needs to happen, what's the, you know, what the inducements and so on, because that's also a factor in that that we've discussed previously. Yeah.
So there's two more programs that I want to just briefly go over. The first one's the Summer Institute for Credit Recovery over the summer, and that's at our high school. And we had, and really what the purpose of this one is for is to allow students up to recover credit for courses that were not successful during the school year. This opportunity allows for students who have trouble with keeping pace with their peers in their graduating class in order to earn high school diploma. So again, before I read it, I know the question about, well, how's this different from the Futures Lab and something like that? Again, this is a continual program that Sharon's Vision has around. These are all components of, and multiple opportunities give kids an opportunity to earn credits and graduate. So in this program last year, we had 28 students taking English, 15 taking math, 8 taking history, and 2 taking science in the program last year. So it's a pretty well-attended program. Again, it has some usually smaller numbers, more individual about what their needs are, and a lot of interventions that happen throughout this to help kids in a real true way of really offering another opportunity for kids to grow. And then our last program is our Summer Institute, 8.5. I'm going to work on that name. I've told Mark that many times. I don't like it, but it's what it was named when it was created. But we'll work on it. And what this program really for? Yep.
So I want to explain what the board would be maybe more familiar with is Springboard to Success. That's what used to be developed. Debbie Wolfline developed it years and years ago, and that was for students who were leaving the middle school and going to the high school and identified as potentially in need of additional supports, and then they were encouraged to come and do everything from just gain familiarity with the physical plant to helping them to have some academic experiences and supports to get them ready for success, so Springboard to Success. At some point, what we recognized is that we needed to sort of morph from that into something else, which became both 8.5, which is grade 8 and a half, so that and half being in the summer. So that's the very uncreative name that John's going to work on, and then the Summer Institute. So in any event, that's just for context. That's the line. The transitional academic support is what these programs are.
Thank you for your explanation. And another component of this, too, is we've really done a component of guidance in this, and this is different than, I think, a little bit we do some with Springboard, but now it's really got an emphasis on some social emotional learning concepts to it to really help kids not only look at earning a half a credit for some academic components, but also the opportunity to learn what it's like to go to high school and try to give them a little leg up, if we can, a little bit before they get into the high school. So we had 54 students last year participate in this program. So it's again, I think it's a good offering for our students to utilize some summer time to give us an opportunity to help them and come in being more successful in our transition.
Thank you, John. And is that sufficient? Yeah, absolutely. So, Matt, the next one?
I see the, from here, yeah.
You had 3 pages of high school questions. Give me my moment.
Here we go. Can you please provide the rate of increase percentage-wise of our health insurance for the district over the last 5 years? Well, this year it's we have a guaranteed maximum rate, so I'm going to answer a little bit of the back end of the question too. A guaranteed maximum rate every year, we get that in November, mid-November, so we can use that figure in order to build our budget. And then we get the actual rate in April after our vote transpires. So the guaranteed maximum rate is just that. Your insurance rates will not go over this percentage of increase. And then you get the actual rate increase, which will be either that guaranteed rate or it'll be less. In the future, I mean, in the past 5 years, 10 years, I haven't seen, maybe one time that the actual rate came in less than the guaranteed maximum rate. So for the last few years, the rate this year is 8.4. Last year it was 13.7. The year before was 3.5. And when the year before you get a 3.5, you know there's a 13.7 coming the next year. So anyway, then before that it was 9%. Then it was 12.2. And then 11.4. How does this rate compare to what we see in other districts? This is pretty much what I see in other districts. We're not higher than normal, we're not lower than normal, we're pretty much average as far as the other districts in the health insurance pool. For that matter, when speaking to my counterpart in Bedford today, I learned that they received an 8.6. So we get an 8.4, they get an 8.6. It all depends, but they're all pretty much close. As far as our cost sharing goes, when I first started here, we used to pay. Hi, Justin. We used to pay 20% of the JY plan, which is a full indemnity plan, which is not available now. However, you got the 80% to pay for any other insurance you wanted to buy, which basically meant that the HMO or the point of service, whatever we're talking is the middle tier now, was free for everybody. So 20 years ago, it was free health insurance. Now you're looking at off the middle tier plan, the point of service or the AS, I forget what it's called. Let me call it the point of service because that's what I'm used to calling it. The mid-tier plan, the teachers, we cost share $85.15 for the teachers, and for the support staff, seeing their wages are much lesser than those of the teachers, $89.11. This compares pretty much with other districts. Some districts have a complicated formula when they take into account different bargaining units and different wage scales that people are on, and they have a sliding scale. If you make $20,000 or less, you're paying, only 5% of the cost, and it's really kind of hard to figure out what the net effect is. But having it this way and having it rather clear, we're pretty much in the ballpark with other school districts out there that we have talked to and we've conferred with in the past. Yes.
Do you know of any districts that don't have that?
That don't have a
cost share?
A cost share? No, not anymore.
And actually, Matt, a clarifier, I believe that back when we started, there was what we called the Cadillac plan.
Yes.
There was the POS, point of service.
Yeah.
And then there was the HMO plan, and actually
Correct.
that's where the split was off the HMO plan. And that was a driver at the 85.15 for the contracts. It wasn't the POS, it was a lower plan.
It was the lower plan. So
Right.
the HMO plan became, when the JY went away,
Right,
point of service, which we call went to the top.
right.
HMO went into the middle, which is what we're using as the driver.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
So it's not POS, it's HMO,
It's
which is a little
HMO.
less.
And that was
Thank
good
you.
for us.
Right, and then there's a high deductible plan on top of
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
that we
that's
are
right.
offering.
There's not too much participation in that. We've done some, well, it's free for the individual. They just have to absorb a higher deductible if they get hit with a bill. So, you know, we roll that out to people, and if you're young and single and not necessarily young and single and healthy, they don't always go together, but if you're young and you're healthy, perhaps you want to look at that. You know, it's an option. It'll save us a little bit money. It'll save the employee money also if they don't have utilization of the plan. So it's kind of a catastrophic type plan. So we've been you know, going along that route for a while. The next one is please explain New Hampshire retirement staff, page 3. Please explain the 11.17% increase. That's actually not an increase, it's the total rate times the wages. So it wasn't an increase of 11.17. It was just the total rate. There was no.
The increase was because the salaries that was
Salaries went
based
up.
off of increased
Yes.
by whatever the percent, right?
Yeah.
So,
And so that's why it increased, but the rate stayed the same. Historically, when the New Hampshire retirement system set a rate, it was good for 2 years. I think now that things have kind of stabled a little bit, they're getting back to the 2-year marker, where once they set a rate, it's good for 2 years. There are a few years in the not too recent past where every other year or every single year they would change the rate because they had to play catch up. So now I think they're going to go back to what they used to do is, you know, this rate is the 1920 rate, and it's the same in 2021. So 21, 22, there'll be a different rate, and that'll be good for 2 years. Let's see. The next question has to do with SNU.
I think I'll take that.
Yeah.
And I just want to go back to health insurance just briefly. I do want to be sure, Matt probably did this, I just want to make sure. The driver for the increases, I think we all know that that's based almost entirely on claims. And so
yes,
in
thank
any
you.
in any given year, if our employees you know, are generally healthy, then that probably translates to a lower rate. We employ, you know, a good number of people, and people have illnesses, and some years we have people with significant illnesses, and recently that has happened. And so I would just mention that is, you know, I think we all know that, but it's a question that was asked, and it's worth really, and that's something over which we really have no control. Please, this is from Board Member Guglielmi. Please explain our relationship / advantages with Southern New Hampshire University and the most recent master's cohort. Where is or was this in the budget? Also, have we considered providing something similar for a cohort of paraeducators? So what this is, we've talked the last couple of nights about how years ago we were required by the state of New Hampshire to have a second criteria beyond tenure alone to consider when reducing in force, and we chose academic attainment. And so what that meant is it created a need, desire for a lot of teachers to gain additional credits. In addition to that, it dovetails with our district's goal to drive up the professional experiences of our teachers. So we partnered with Southern New Hampshire University initially about 7 years ago to have an initial cohort. And what that did was it was a partnership between the district and SNU that allowed participants to get a drastically reduced rate for a master's degree. So for instance, that deal allowed us to have our students pay $685 for a 3-credit course, unheard of. So what that allowed is for a good number of teachers to go through a master's degree program, generally in curriculum and instruction. Some chose educational leadership, but most curriculum and instruction. And, and so that cohort of about 27, the first cohort graduated several years ago with master's degrees. SNU underwent significant changes at that time, and so we delayed for a few years having a second cohort. We now have a second cohort. They are winding up now. I think they'll be finished this coming summer, and that's about 25 additional people. The question is, where is or was this in the budget? So on page 5 of the budget, under, so that's 8243-00 graduate studies. This is a negotiated, this is part of a negotiation between the district and the MTA, the teachers, and for professional development. And so what teachers are allowed to do is apply for reimbursement for graduate credit or taking graduate courses. And so there's a whole process by which you have to apply for that. The Professional Development Committee, which John is now on, reviews those requests and follows a very outlined protocol for granting them or not granting them. It has to do with successful completion. If you don't successfully complete, you don't get reimbursed. You have to provide your, all receipts and all of those things. In any event, that's where that would come in the budget, and that would be on page 5 under graduate studies. And that's Yep, and so that's a negotiated thing between the district and the teachers. Yeah.
And I think she also asked a question, which of course I think you fed it.
Oh,
but
sorry.
we just want on the para educators.
Sorry.
We don't have anything in the budget that would subsidize it with the budget right now because it's not in the negotiated agreement.
Correct.
But could there be a cohort with Southern if they say elected to pay for it themselves?
Sorry. Yeah. Well, at the moment, SNU isn't offering that. But they're also one of the most innovative. They've got a pretty innovative program going on, and so what they've said to us a number of times is that if there are needs that we find as school districts, school people that we need that they could support, then we could bring it to them. So the answer is they don't currently, and as Chair Barnes said, we don't have it in the budget, but could that become something that we work on with SNU and then coordinate that with the next time we negotiate the support staff contract? Sure.
Or alternatively, if we could negotiate the rate with SNU and then offer that back to our people at a reduced rate.
Yep.
For those that have, that might want to do that might want to, they've been in the district a long time, they might want to further their education. And, regardless if the district pays for it or not, if we had enough interest, maybe we could just get a negotiated rate with a cohort and then pass that on, to our people.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
And to that end, I think you'd be looking at, I believe SNU has associates levels. There's some that don't have associates, some that don't have bachelors. And then obviously there are those that might have bachelors that might want to go into a teaching profession toward a master's.
That is all true.
Okay.
Yes.
So then I would say, sometime when you talk to SNU and it comes up, there's no harm, no foul in doing exploratory, so.
Yep. Yes.
And I'm not proposing we put that in the budget. I know we've seen the cohorts with the teaching, and it made me wonder, as I was reviewing that budget item, if there were other opportunities that might be creative or a way to pass on savings or.
Yeah, I absolutely. And by the way, not just SNU. They're the game that we've, they're not the only game in town. They are the partners that we've worked most closely with. But there's also, Riviere and Plymouth State and, others. So that's not our only affiliation. It's our most active affiliation at the moment, but we can certainly shop around. I mean, we're a pretty attractive district for people to want to partner with. So, yeah, no, we'll absolutely. John, sorry.
Just with the paraeducated population too, and I just because an awareness out there, and I just don't want this question to be left that we don't provide opportunities in other areas, and I think we do, and we have a long time contract, and probably about 7 years now, with a thing called paraeducator.net, and it offers online modules for training towards its training classes that are towards their certification, to maintain their certification, and we offer it that with no cost to them. And that's part of student services, that's doing that for years for them. So I just wanted to, there is an opportunity for online courses for them, because we found that we did a lot of workshops, and in our distant past, Matt, you remember this through College of Lifelong Learning was the name of it at the time, and now it's Granite State College. They offered and came in, and we did similar, low participation. So that's why we moved away from that, because a lot of our paraeducators, unfortunately, have second incomes, have to get home from families, things like that. They didn't have the ability to be able to come after school and participate even on weekends in the cohort, things like that. So we moved to an online version of that. So it's maybe something we could explore too, about an online version with SNU versus that, because it wasn't effective in my past history when we've tried that.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
Matt?
Yep. Explain the 41,000 41.
You already
Thousand.
covered it.
Yeah.
You can just move on.
Yeah.
It's a charter school,
Charter schools.
transportation.
Yes.
Like Rick-
But they're at,
There's another one.
but I asked the same question.
You did.
Because the actual question is, you budget the 41, it's gone up over time, but I haven't ever seen it expended.
Yeah, we put that down with all the attention charter schools were getting, and all the support, especially from the Commissioner of Education, that charter schools have. We expected perhaps to be in a situation where we would have a regular ed kids, bless you, going to charter schools, and we would have to provide transportation to them, just like we have to do with any other religious school or private school in the area, in the town. There's been no expenditures in this line since we put it in, so maybe it's something for you to review at some point. But we put it in as a thought that it was going to occur, but it hasn't occurred since we've done it.
And is it still true this year we're in that you're not using it?
No, we're not.
And it's, just to clarify, not in the area, in Merrimack. So if there's a charter school
Right.
in Merrimack, which I
Right.
believe there's one, which is Gate
Yeah.
City right now.
Gate City, yeah.
So only if. the
But
stu-
when ASD used to be in Merrimack,
Yeah,
Yeah.
then,
it was a different story, but now that they're in Nashua, it's different.
Yeah.
but now we're not responsible.
Correct.
And then, I think, Matt, then the transportation, Amy Schneider's transportation charter school.
That was it. That was it. So,
Yeah, and then, Matt, there's
Yeah.
one other thing that we were going to.
yeah, if I wanna, this is for your consideration tonight. I'm not expecting, anything, any action, but I just wanna give you, an update. When we build this budget, we start off in, sometimes it feels like the summertime when we start off, right? We start off in, late summertime, early fall, we go through. When numbers become available to us, we plug them in. We try and build everything up from the ground up every single year. And early on, when we're trying to plug in numbers for health insurance, we know what the GMR is, but it takes a while for the actual employees who are getting paid and getting signed into the health insurance plan to actually get into the system so we could actually list them off. We had a particularly difficult time this summer with getting them properly situated in the computer system so we could pull a run and we could see who fell where. So much kind of like the other night we presented new information on enrollments for you to look at. I went through after a conversation with board member Schneider, who made the suggestion, you know, do you think you have good numbers now? Why don't you take a look and see what the mix is for health insurance? And perhaps we could take a look at that number in another fashion. So that's what I did today. And so I ran the actual people who are in two-person, single, family, buyback, whatever, in their various groups. And currently, the number for health insurance is $13,920,664. After running that number, bless you, we could decrease that request by $450,104. So that would be a recommendation for a reduction in the operation of the budget that we would put forward for your consideration for your next deliberation. So when we first built it, we built it based upon the best information we had. Had a conversation with board member Schneider, who suggested, why don't you take a look at it again? I said, that's a good idea. And so I went ahead, took a look at it again, ran the numbers again with the real people being in the real seats, in the right plans, and came out with a number that, you know, we're not going to have to raise $450,104. That would just go back to surplus, but it would be a little bit more than what we had to raise. So the real number is, you know, $13,475,060. So that's something that you could comfortably, if you wanted to, reduce the 2021 operating budget for. And conversely, because it's a benefit, you would have to also drop the default budget a like amount. So both would go down. So that 403,000 separation we have between the operating budget and the it still remains. But this is a savings or an appropriation we're not going to ask for of $450,000. So just for your
So
information.
it means that the proposed budget goes down to like 80,660,000, and the default
745,
budget
yeah.
is 80,264,ish thousand.
Yeah,
With those, if you were to drop it down,
yeah. Both sides have to drop down.
right?
But it drops under,
Of course,
but it
absolutely.
drops under the 81 mark.
Yes, it
For one
it
of
would.
For the, right. But yeah, this is okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. So the whole point around this was to be more accurate with the way that we do the budgeting, to really make sure that we're looking at the bodies that we need to carry for the default and in going into the next year. It's likely it still could change, but it's a better budgeting figure, I think,
think it
more
is.
realistic.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I talked to Matt to see if we could do it this way, to make it a little more realistic number.
And I think just to their credit, with technology upgrades that are going on, it's going to be easier to get those numbers produced faster
Sure.
with what they're doing with the enrollment platforms. So,
Yeah, in the future,
right. So,
yeah,
but it was
systems will,
the transition from a manual to a technologically based platform, I think is going to make it a lot easier to have that
Yeah.
number in our first budget book next year.
yes, as opposed to an educated guess based upon a number, so.
Yeah, because you didn't have it all, because it was still, you're transitioning from manual to electronic.
The stew is still
platforms.
cooking on the
Absolutely.
stove at that point in
So,
time.
so is this something that when we start talking about refinement, we'll save this to talk about at that point in
Yeah,
one of our
next
meetings
week.
next week?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
The workshop part.
I can send this out as an email for everybody, so you have
Okay.
the exact numbers in the
Yep.
account.
Scratched it down, but yeah.
So we're just happy to answer any other questions.
Are there any
you
other
have.
questions for the district budget?
So I personally don't have any questions, but I have another process question, and that's if we have a a what-if scenario we'd like the administration to research prior to our meetings next week, is now the time that we could talk about that? Or would you rather not do that now and wait till next week?
I would have to say, it would, if you have an idea you'd like to share, we're definitely, what I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say no for a reason, and that is because we didn't post that in our agenda.
You mean like a working session? or
Right, so
whatever, right?
then that, I think, would create a bit of a working session. I mean, I appreciate you wanting to give them as much time as possible, but I think if we start vetting the numbers now, we didn't tell the public we were going to vet the
I
numbers.
understand, but this is the whole reason I was getting into the timeline, because if we don't give administration a work item to start until next Tuesday, it may take them longer than the 2 days until Thursday to come back. They may be able to come back, they may have done some, but it certainly means that us closing a budget by next Thursday is gonna get more difficult if, I know I'm gonna have a request. I don't know if
Sure.
others will or not, so it's just a matter of timing and how we align out so the budget committee can start. That's my only,
Understood, and I think, as we put, the Budget Committee made a request of us after we published our schedule, saying that we would make the best effort, and we still will do that. I mean, I think realistically, and I think when we asked Mark last night even, if we made the adjustment to move the work session to Tuesday, do you still have enough time? And he felt pretty comfortable that he could.
We've been under the impression that their board will have a number of thoughts for us, and we also are aware of the time, and we are just prepared to do what we need to do to address your needs. So I don't personally feel the need to have you share it tonight. We've been prepared for it to be in that time frame, and we still are.
Right, and if for any reason at the end of our work session on next Thursday, we don't feel we have a budget to put forth, we don't put one forth. We will do our best to communicate effectively to the Budget Committee. So by next Thursday, if we don't have something that we don't feel we're going to finalize on Monday, then that there's another work session instead, then we will let them know that. But again, we're making our best effort to make this timeline, but I don't think they would ask us to put something that's not well processed to their
think
table.
that if administration has some ideas of what we might ask, that's probably, there's the thing I asked earlier was more of a left field question. But I think you understand potentially what we might be asking next week around what if scenarios. So I'm good. I mean, let's let it roll and see how we go.
Right,
Try our
absolutely.
best effort next week to do this, so.
Perfect.
And the transparency is we have that agenda item posted, so that's important.
Fine.
Okay, so there are no other questions of the district for the budget hearing. So our next meeting will be Tuesday, January 2nd in this very room. I'm sorry, Tuesday, January 14th. Oh my God, January 14th. I know, that's today. And we'll be going over warrant article discussion, the work session, review of the budgets, talk about potential adjustments. So, and from there, it'll be next Thursday in the Merrimack High School cafeteria, because we ran out of town hall buildings to work with. And that's where we will try to do some finalization. So on that note, we are done with the hearings on the budgets. Item number 7 is new business. Is there any new business to come before the board? Seeing none, administration's also not raising their hand. Number 8 is public comments on agenda items. Anyone from the public that would like to speak, please come to the microphone. Turn the button on so it's green and state your name and address for the record.
Chuck Muller, 4 Depot Street. Like to take this opportunity to introduce the board and the administration to our newest public official in the town of Merrimack. We've just, at the Budget Committee, confirmed an applicant for the open position, and we're very happy. He's got quite a budget resume and a good deal of acumen concerning those matters. And he's already been following the school board considerably. It's Andy Hunter over here.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you.
That wasn't an official task on my part. It was just
We were kind of wondering because he was here and we knew he was there, so thank you for clarifying.
an opportunity to welcome somebody to these mechanisms in the community. One of the things that is in the budget and was discussed this evening, I have previously expressed a great deal of support for, and that is the reworking of the school district campus, the central campus. I think it's badly in need of an overhaul. You know, we've nibbled around the edges for any number of years here in different programs and so forth that have lent some degree of success and others none. But here's finally now a good collective effort to do something to consolidate a better representation to the occupiers of our buildings, our employees, our students, and a better invitation, I think, to people that come to our community and want to participate. We have 125 or something like that for a consultant.
100.
I don't remember the number.
It's 100,000 for consultants.
100,000 for consultant. I wanted to suggest that there may be an opportunity to better utilize that full amount by the school district conducting a design charrette that might give the board a better working idea of what a number of different concepts might be, so you'd be able to better direct the actual consultant to undertake the conceptual, if you will. I think it could be, you know, done with very little money, if in fact much of any money, and I think it would invite community participation as well, so that ultimately whatever is undertaken is undertaken with the fullest support of community participation and different ideas and so forth. I've been involved in a number of different design charrettes, and it's absolutely amazing the creativity and the different ideas that can be expressed and then ultimately sifted through to represent what, you know, the board wants to put forward with a consultant and actually do something on. It's just an idea, and I thought I would pose it for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I
We
want to
kinda-
know what design charrette means.
What's it? Could you define design charrette for us so that we know what you're asking of?
I'm sorry, I just don't.
I've never heard that term before.
Have the master sit down at the microphone
I know where
and
it's supposed-
explain
I
it.
just don't know
No.
what that means.
I'm
We can't
familiar
really
with it.
take input on what we don't know what it is. More of a clarifier than a dialogue.
Done it on the town side, so.
It can take a variety of different shapes, if you will, but in its purest sense, it's an opportunity for people to be given a parcel with an idea of what are we going to do with this parcel. So your consultant, for instance, might recommend that he do a design charrette where he invites other architects in and so forth to create a plan. So you have essentially a day-long discussion and presentation of different ideas and how they come together to give an outlook that is you know, pleasing to the eye, efficient to you know, the flow of traffic, and up with the times and so forth. It can be very, very informal, where just, you know, regular folk come together and say, hey, I'd just like, you know, my school to look like this, or, you know, I always hated that thing, let's get rid of that thing. or whatever. So it could be something very, very informal that would just help flush out better some of the concerns that people might have. I mean, we all see things on the internet, for instance, where we wonder who on earth engineered that project, because there's a building right in the middle of the turnpike, or there's stairs going to nowhere, or whatever. So,
Very helpful, I appreciate it.
it's really amazing the different ways that people view something, and very surprising what we can discover about something that we never thought about before by simply trying to elicit these different ideas, whether they're from design professionals. And there's many small architectural firms out there that want an opportunity to participate in something like this. So it can be anything from very informal to, in fact, paying your consultant to hold a design charrette. But I was simply suggesting that you might have a better working idea of how to interface with your consultant and his expectations and yours, if you had a better community understanding of what other people see and want. I mean, it could be something that you could arrange through the planning department of the town, for instance, or the Nashua Regional Planning Commission, or just, you know, say you're holding a design charrette and wanting people to come and participate for a day in trying to figure out what they want their school campus to do.
Almost any time I run into Mr. Moore, which isn't often, but I learn words.
The English
Just
major.
do. And I mean, you know, I thought I had words, but man,
I was
I'm
going to
telling
ask you after the camera went off, because you're the English major. What's a charrette?
I had no idea. So listen, I'm way past the point of caring. I just got to ask. So that's
There you
it.
go.
Thank you.
There you go. So,
Thank you for your
Ms. Mel.
consideration.
So is there any other public comments before I close it? Seeing none, we will close public comment and we'll entertain a motion to adjourn made by Andy, seconded by Naomi. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, none. The motion carries 4-0-0. Feel better, Brandy, and study hard, Johanna, and have a great night, everyone.